Good morning, everyone, respected dignitaries, distinguished guests, esteemed speaker, faculty members, industry experts, and our dear students. I hope you have all recharged and are ready to dive into an incredible day 2 of Epitome 2026, the premier technical fest of Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya. While yesterday's discussion set a high bar, I can assure you that today's agenda is designed to be even more impactful. We are often told that 70% of our planet is covered by water, but in the context of global logistics, that 70% represents the backbone of world's economy. We are privileged to kick things off with technical session 3, which centers on massive potential within maritime and waterways. Far more than just shipping routes, our oceans and rivers represent the vital arteries of global commerce, undergoing a radical transformation through green energy and smart port logistics. We are joined today by a prestigious group of industry leaders who are steering this evolution, and they are eager to navigate these complex topics with us, building the gap between current challenges and future breakthroughs. As we transition from the insight of yesterday to possibilities of today, we return to the timeless tradition that grounds us. The flame we lit us yesterday symbolizes the beginning. Today, it symbolizes continuity and deepening of a collective understanding. In the words of Vedas, the Tamsoma Jyotirgamaya leads us from darkness to light. On second morning of Epitome 2026, we light this lamp to ensure that the spark of innovation continues to burn brightly in our heart and mind. Now, I have the honor of inviting our Vice Chancellor, Sir, Professor Dr. Manoj Choudhary, Shri Vijay Kumar Singh, Dr. Sanjiv Ranjan, Shri Susanta Kumar Purohit, Professor Ashish Verma, Shri Andreas and Shri to please join us to light the lamp.
या कुन्देन्दु तुषारहार धवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युत शङ्कर प्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा शुक्लां ब्रह्म विचारसार परमां आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणापुस्तकधारिणीमभयदां जाड्यान्धकारापहा
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to welcome the distinguished leaders who have joined us today to express our sincere appreciation for their presence and invaluable contribution to their respective fields. We will now proceed with the felicitation of our distinguished guests. Now, I request Hon'ble Vice Chancellor Sir to kindly felicitate our esteemed guests with bouquet. Shri Vijay Kumar Singh, Director, International Marketing and Operation, Concord. Dr. Sanjiv Ranjan, former Secretary, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. Shri Susanta Kumar Purohit, Chairperson, VOC Port Authority, Tuticorin, Tamil Nadu. Professor Ashish Verma, Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, IISc Bangalore. Shri Andreas Gaur, CEO, Deep Space India Solution Private Limited. Thank you, sir. To kick off this journey, it's my distinct honor to introduce our first speaker, Shri Vijay Kumar Singh, a leader who embodies the perfect blend of high-level logistics, expertise, and deep-rooted personal value. Sir is currently serving as the Director of International Marketing and Operations at CONCO, a Navratna PSU under Ministry of Railways. A distinguished officer of 1995 IRTS batch, Shri Singh brings a wealth of expertise from across Indian Railways spanning operation, commercial management, and business development. His academic journey is equally inspiring, with post-graduation in public policy from IIM Bangalore and Syracuse University, New York, alongside an MBA in marketing. However, beyond the boardroom, he is a true polymath, a master trainer in ethics, a certified yoga instructor, and a published author on the Srimad Bhagavad Gita. Whether it's a distant running or exploring spirituality, his life is a testament to holistic leadership. Today, he joins us to share his vast insight into evolving landscape, international trade, and logistics. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a resounding welcome to Shri Vijay Kumar Singh. So,
No, I think it is fine. It is. Okay, fine. Very good morning, VC sir, all the dignitaries, all the eminent logistic personalities, and those who are present with rich experience in this field and whom I am very keen to listen to. Ladies and gentlemen, and dear students, I am really honored and it's a matter of privilege for me to be here. And I always cherish this place, as we all know, and those who are not aware of, I must admit with much of my humility that in the corridor of civil services through Indian Railways, as Indian Railways Traffic Service, this is the location as joined as probationer way back in 90s. And later on, I also got the opportunity to serve here in a member of faculty, where I took pride and learned, rather taught, I learned, because I got the opportunity to interact with many probationers of different services of Government of India and many invitees and distinguished faculty members and visiting lecturers. So today, we all are gathered. I can understand the topic would be quite varied and of course centered around a good theme, that the word, two words basically, Gati Shakti. So in this course of discussions, My presentation would be indicative in nature because, as I discussed, containerization in India or transportation of containerized traffic, export, import, domestic logistics, warehousing, and lot many things. I think it could be a long discussion. However, in the slated time, I would be presenting few things which could be prompting us to ask some questions which I would be very keen to interact with while if I am able to answer all those. So, ladies and gentlemen, my presentation would be, of course, around Container Corporation of India Limited, that is CONCOR. It is a central PSU under the Ministry of Railways, Government of India. However, as we all know, that PSUs are not considered to be an entity which is doing as per the departmental boundaries, but they have to be professional and they have to understand what the stakeholders' needs are and what way we deliver the services. So in pursuit of that, my presentation would be there. Hope you would be enjoying. It's just a glimpse that we are a Navratna PSU. Navratna means that we earn a certain amount of revenue. That is how we are graded as. So in India, we have Maharatnas, Navaratnas, and Mini Ratnas. And we are also a Schedule A company, and our position is like this. This slide will guide us that in what way we have been rated and how we are doing. Our journey started at around 1990, and we are a company, government company, having 54.8%. You might have heard that CONCOR is getting privatized. It is getting divested, and it was a news much alongside some other entities of Government of India. However, it is not happening just now, what we all know. And we are a brand. If you visit any logistic environment across the globe, including ports, they may not be understanding what is Container Corporation of India Limited, the big one, but they must be understanding what is CONCOR. That is what the brand, and I think it is a matter of pride for all of us. As we see here, I've just indicated, there might be a question on that, okay, what is our market share? Naturally, in around 2006 or so, the logistics sector in terms of containerization was open for private corporates. That's why, naturally, we have to many players, so we became one of the players. So our share in terms of international marketing or domestic is around 56 to 6% in terms of volume or revenue generation. Just have a look, I need not to say, most of us might be appreciating that in what way. Only thing I must say that India needs containerization to great extent. Our containerized cargo movement or the logistic is less than 30%, is around 20-25%, or in some field, I mean, it could be in single digit, whereas in certain developed countries, it is more than 60% or so. So it is considered as a sunrise entity, and we need to work together to have more of containerized cargo movement. This is how we need to be. Just have a look, this might be interesting because lot many data towards finance is there. Okay, how much we are carrying, how much we are earning, and how much our percentages are as per as income per employee or PBT per employee is a concern. It will give you a fair guidance that in what way we are a PSU but not loss making. We are regularly a profit generating company and is a blue chip company, and we feel proud of this. Our capex is around 700 to 1000. It is a fair enough if you consider as a percentage of PBT. We work in an organization where the structure is corporate office, then we have 4 areas, north, south, east, west, then we have 8 clusters, and clusters are supported by the business centers, those are the terminals. And those terminals usually we call depot, ICD, or various names. So here in Vadodara, as you all know, the nearby terminal is at Varanama, which is in area 2 of Ahmedabad cluster. This is just a mundane slide, but from many prospects or many purposes, since we are a PSU, we are under always questions कि हमारे state में कितने terminals हैं, and we do receive lot many letters that can we have a look that how a terminal could be started at a particular point. Naturally, we'll have to look into lot many things, that what is the business prospects, what is the ecosystem, what are the exporters, importers, route connectivity, and whatnot. We have 68 terminals, usually we call, but if you see all the locations where any container movement through Concord is happening, it is at 192 locations, because railways have done a good job that the existing goods sheds or the stations where we can handle the freight trains, there is a goods train, Malgadi, then we have the CRTs, container rail terminals. And another exclusive thing is there, that ECRT, exclusive CRTs, which gives more hand and more leeway to the containerized movement. And of course, we have many private sidings, especially in eastern India, Mineralish, Vedanta. We do carry under a tripartite agreement, the whole lot of their exports we carry through our one business associate. These are the gateway ports. Now, when the geopolitical issues and wars and lot many Red crisis and Red Sea crisis are in news, today, yesterday only, and today, we have, in consonance with the demand of the trade, given so many reliefs in terms of those back to town or hold containers, and the containers which had already been shipped from the gateway ports but came back due to varieties of security reasons. So these gateway ports are very, very important for all of us as far as international marketing is concerned. We will be discussing later, if time permits, in what way we are working as JNPT, Mundra Pipavav, as a Visakhapatnam and Paradeep. So, however, our major ports in terms of volume remained JNPT, Mundra, Pipavav, and to some extent Vizag. Vizag has come up like anything because it not only serves India for its import cargo, but also serves Nepal as third country cargo movement is there, and we do carry lot many containers from Visakhapatnam to IDBR, that is Veerganj is one of the container terminals right in Nepal near Raxaul of India in Bihar. Just have a look. I need not to say anything because we constantly increase our assets because these are very important to serve the trade decently, and there shouldn't be any dearth of infrastructural facilities where the volume is there. So we keep on increasing our container trains, which is now 420, and lot many containers. Just now, I was discussing with our distinguished experts that in what way we are procuring containers. However, we all know, because students are there in this gathering, that as far as international marketing is concerned, the containers are owned by majorly almost 100% by the esteemed shipping lines. You might have heard MSC, Merckx, Evergreen, Costco, ONE, and all. However, we do have our fleet of containers, we call it domestic containers, around 57,000, but all our containers are fit for international business. So of late, we have started a vertical, that is a shipping and new initiative, wherein we have started exporting cargo, especially rice and other things, pharmaceuticals and all, to Gulf and Far East areas through our own containers, because as Concor, we are also acting and we're certified shipping line too. And very soon, we will be having our own, in India's first Bharat container shipping line, which we are very keen to join as a JV partner. This just a kind of a spread we have, that in almost all the states, Northeast, the whole states together, because the volume, business volume is less, but the opportunities are huge. So we are very keen to have lot many other locations as business centers, but we have our very old Amin Gaon location number there. And of course, lot many CRTs and ECRTs. Here I am interested to discuss, because if we divide our business, what do we do? Our containerized logistics business. So we are grossly into two, international business and domestic business. However, I have used the words issues, not the business words, because we need to discuss, because containerization and containerized logistics in India is still at the nascent, I would say nascent stage, though the journey is around 30 years or so. So issues are there. We need to understand in what way, in what strength, and what capacity development we are to mitigate whatever the issues could be coming in future. If we talk as international issues, we all know and we are aware of the geopolitical issues, be it tariff, is the Houthis problem, and the diversion of vessels via Cape of Good Hope, increasing not only the ocean freight, but also time, and time is very important. Transit assurance is very important in terms of domestic as well as international business. So 15, 20 days, even 1 month is extra when the vessels take diversion through Cape of Good Hope. Ocean freight, you must be knowing during COVID time, it's 400, 600,000 times, % more. So this happens. We don't not to blame any other entities. They are our esteemed partners. But it happens because the shipping lines had suffered a lot in terms of imbalance of containers. And of course, the vessel is taking up at a particular ports for many, many days and months together. We do have competition. And here, maybe we have some esteemed partners sitting over here, but we must discuss among ourselves that earlier Concor used to take pride of having the association of esteemed international entities of shipping lines and all as partners, but those very friends are now our competitors too. So we don't consider as true competitors, but as rather partners and collaborators, because if we have some esteemed ML or some other activities, they have their terminals, they have their freight forwarding services, there are CHA associated transporters, first mile, last mile, everything. So we work in an environment where each one of us act in harmony to produce the same. So that is how the beauty of logistics. Logistics is has its unique plurality with many players, and there lies the logistic cost. And it happens that, and I think it's a human weakness for all of us, that whenever we talk of cost or kamzori and weakness, we always look at others. We point fingers at others. What is their cost? What is their prices? Can't they do something? But we all know if we win on a sustainable basis in a long term, we'll have to move together. That is how we at Concor feel. So transit assurance is very important. And one slide would be there on dedicated freight corridor, that how it has revolutionized the containerized freight movement in India. Earlier, when it was getting conceived, and we were in the railways, and a lot many diverse schools of thought were there, whether this kind of mega project would be sustainable or succeeding in India or not. But today, it has become key when Dadri is getting connected with JNPT. Tell me the date. So the date is what DFCC says, by the end of this month. This month means March 2026. So we hope that very soon, because they are our sister PSUs, so very soon that will be there. So this will give us a more assurance to our transit time, and is very, very important. Earlier, and JNPT from Dadri is around 1500 kilometers, Mundra is around 1150 kilometers. From Mundra from Dadri to Mundra, it used to take 70 hours or 80 hours. Now it is taking 35 to 40 hours. So kudos to the DFCC and of course the Indian Railways commitment towards transit assurance. Mobility, of course, it is part of the transit assurance, but DFCC is not only the lone solution for our transit assurance, because we have many routes, feeder routes and yard movement, where we need to be very, very diligent to run the trains fast. There lies the call mobility. And of course, terminals capacity, because terminal capacity in terms of turnaround time is not only how fast we run the train, but also how fast we do the handling of containers. So lot many things are there. So logistic is also part of big handling, warehousing, shifting, transporting, and where is the crew, where is the guard, how much time it is taking in the examination of rigs, what kind of preventive measures have been taken, all is logistics. And there lies the cost. So we need to take care of the logistic cost, because logistic cost, we all know, this globally, as far as developed countries is concerned, in every, I got the opportunity to attend numerous such gatherings, and wherever we go, we always discuss when India will have 7 to 8% of logistic cost of GDP income. Presently is at 13 to 14%, but we do have different steady reports from government of India also, where when you feel, no, it is not that bad, things are under control, and we all are working. We have challenges. That's why master plan is there, where connectivity, increasing efficiency, creating the ecosystem of lot many of MMLPs, terminals, and whatnot. That infrastructure is needed. In domestic sector, similar things are there. Lead is equally important, as Concor and any business entity would be loving to carry maximum length to earn more. So, but it depends where the OD is there, what is the origination and destination consumption point are there. Of course, in domestic sector, last but one point is the containerization. Indian Railways used to carry around 70 to 80% of cargo of India. Now it is around 30%. It is a matter of always a discussion and concern for Indian Railways. But why so? We understand the roads are coming up like anything, but the future is containerization. Only the few days back in one of the events, chairman and CEO Railway Board was discussing, सब कुछ तो containerization होना है India में. Almost everything has the capacity and capability and doability in terms of containerization. I also always say, tell me a cargo where we could not do containerization. We can do, because engineering is there. Now, as a company, we need to be customer-centric. At times, people might be perceiving that, oh, you are a kind of government department and PSU, so are you also bothering customers? We say, if you don't bother customer, the very second day we will die. So our aim is to provide total or complete logistic solutions, in not only in terms of our roles in terminal management, terminal operator or transporter, no, not more. We will be having the last mile, first mile, warehousing, handling, lot many business solutions to provide. For that, we need to collaborate and partner. Strategic partnership would be there of so many players. So we are in collaboration and partnership with shipping lines, freight forwarders, exporters, importers, transporters, and whatnot. So many other ministries, customs. Whenever we discuss logistics, we forget customs, but custom, as terminal operators, that part, we are the custodian of customs department. They are equally now. One thing I must say, maybe on behalf of customs, that many of us feel that customs is a government department. Now you meet any, I would not say Gen Z, but any something up to J grade or 30, 40 years of any custom officers, you see and appreciate their business acumen. Kudos to the officers. So this is how total business solution in varieties of field, in stevedoring and warehousing we are delivering. We do have collaborations and diversifications. Apart from our own entities and terminals, we have many partners, even state governments, because we have our terminals and activity centers in partner with the state government activities. As we discussed that very soon we are getting connected with JNPT. So this western part, the blue line is the western dedicated freight corridor. Eastern part is not primarily for containerized movement, but as transporting the bulk and the fast movement would be there through DFCC. So mobility is the key for transportation part of the logistic, which this project is going to realize and help us more. We cannot afford not to be green and sustainable in logistics. So we have, as others do, we have varieties of things, but I would certainly love to cite that we have a big fleet of LNG trucks and trailers, and first in India as far as logistic business is concerned. And we have paid a lot, काफी पैसे लगे हैं, but despite of that, we are committed in logistic solutions. We have e-CRTs, e-trailers, and of course, lot many solar solutions. One thing is very, very important for especially the students. There are many entities across the world who love to be the whole business solution from end to end, including first mile logistics, all through green, not diesel or aisa kuch. Everything has to be with green. This is one of the most talked about matter, and Indian Railways and the ministries has done a great job, and we too in the trade. The cement which used to carry in India, cement is still a commodity which is very dear. If you are in the cement business, you have a future for your next generation too. So your sons, grandsons, they would still be in the business, because bagged cement is the matter of years. Now we have bulk cement. We have procured hundreds of such bulk containers, tank containers, and we carry end-to-end solutions as far as bulk cement movement is concerned. And Railway Board has rationalized the rates and all, as a huge support is from there. And of course, under the Make in India campaign, we do have the procurement of our bulk cement tank containers from India itself. Liquid cargo, equally we are in. With these two, I am just indicating that it is not only the typical cuboid baksa or box of 20 feet or 40 feet. We have varieties of containers, and times to come it will be seeing. And in Concord, in domestic sector, we used to have only 20 feet containers earlier. Now we are inducting 40 feet containers, 42 feet containers, open top, side access, end open, everything, as per the need of the market and the type of the commodity and the handling mechanism. This is how totality is there in the logistic. Collectively, movement is there. Refrigerated story is another big thing in India as far as container movement is concerned. Apart from the shipping lines, refrigerated containers, which we are much in, especially in North India, Dadri and all, and a lot many other areas are coming as far as refrigerated movement of edible fruits, pharmaceuticals, everything is there. Very soon, we are also for the first time pharmaceuticals from Hyderabad to JNPT and a lot many other areas. We have procured a unique technology from Japan, that is ice battery technology, where the container itself is self-contained in terms of refrigeration. And we have started doing overseas business through this. So I just a kind of thought process for the young logistic leaders that in what way we can develop, and it's only time will tell. We do a lot of cutting edge technology in IT solutions as far as ERPs and CRMs are there. So you took a mobile app or AI-based terminals. TKD became the first in the whole India, that is Tughlakabad, the first AI-based terminal management system, where everything is getting mapped, photographed, and the information is getting prompted towards the better handling and better customer solutions. As a big AI-based CRM we are procuring, it is under the procurement steps, it is very innovative one, wherein we need to understand that each moments of customer query and in what way we're delivering through each moment, creating touch points and delivering the moments of truth. Now, just have a look, ladies and gentlemen, our, I will not say dream, it's a areas of working. They are working to have 100 and more terminals very soon. It is also under the guidance of Honorable Minister of Railways, and we will be having more than 500 rigs, more than 1 lakh containers, our domestic containers, and MMLPs and lot many other things. We will be increasing connectivity, increasing efficiency, decreasing cost, and delivering complete business solution. Last 4 points, in what way the government of India is supporting us through PM Gati Shakti, National Master Plan, Railways, Gati Shakti Multimodal Cargo GCT Terminals, and National Logistic Policy and Sagarmala. These are not only policies, we are living with these policies in Concor. Our overseas and shipping logistic has already started, as I discussed. This is our another business vertical. I've already sent hundreds of containers. And this is Bharat Container Shipping Line. It's a dream for all of us. I think we must take pride that by 2047, Honorable Prime Minister of India has the kind of mandate or guidelines or blessings also that one day, by that time, our BCSL will be one of the top 10 shipping lines in the world. That will be a major boost for the logistic ecosystem in India. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This is in short, and what way we could give some indications of logistics sector. If any question is there, I would be keen and I would love to answer and interact with. Yeah, please. At least one question is there. Can you please come closer? I might not be able to hear you. Yeah, it is there.
Good morning, sir. Would you like to lay a roadmap for someone as a private player entering this sector? Like, how can a 20-year-old start a business in this? So,
Okay, that's a very good question as well as a great question for me, because we are one of the entities. So we would be keen rather that if you are a young startup, then please join hands with us. We collectively and jointly will be working. However, the roadmap is very, as I discussed, that containerization in India is yet to start. Lot many terminals are yet to get set up. Lot many containers are yet to be designed. So this is the place for any startup in the logistics sector wherein the multimodality is yet to be realized. And whatever the containerization journey we have through Concor and our like-minded partners, or let's say JM Baxi or Adani or whatnot, other biggies. We are just doing, we are setting up the platform, and now you will be taking a launch from there. So sky is the limit. Everything is a national stage, as I say, whatever the knowledge I have. Thank you. If no more questions are there, then I end my, okay, during the tea. Thank you. It's my honor to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that profoundly enriching session. It is rare to hear from a leader who can balance the complexities of international marketing and operations at a giant like Concur. To introduce our next guest, we are deeply honored to have a distinguished leader who has been a central architect to India's modern infrastructure. With an illustrious career spanning over 37 years, he has served in pinnacle roles, including the Secretary to the Government of India for both Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, and the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. A former chairman of the National Highways Authority of India, he was instrumental in overseeing landmark initiatives such as the Bharatmala program and the Maritime India Vision 2030. His academic journey is equally remarkable, beginning with a BTech from IIT Kanpur, followed by an MBA from FMS Delhi and a PhD from IIT Delhi. Furthermore, he has been a Lee Kuan Yew Fellow at Harvard University, bringing a global perspective to India's connectivity challenges. From transforming the Border Roads Organization to spearheading Blue Economy Vision 2047, His contributions have truly revitalized the maritime golden road. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in our respectful welcome for Dr. Sanjiv Ranjan.
Vice Chancellor Manoj Choudhary ji, Dean Dr. Edwin Raj, my distinguished panelists and the faculty members of the university, and the esteemed participants. It is indeed an honor for me to be present here. I'd like to thank Vice Chancellor sir and Dean for having me for inviting me for this session here. I have been in this sector for some time, so I'll just give an idea of how the journey has been. The topic itself, transportation and logistics for Viksit Bharat, I think is absolutely appropriate, particularly in a situation that we are in today. While the war is on, we know that, but despite all the powers that be, the countries which hold the control over the Strait of Hormuz are the ones who continue to give a resistance, and it is because of the logistics and connectivity control which they have, and therefore the importance of transportation and logistics, I think, gets underscored by the kind of situation we are in. And it shows that whosoever controls the logistics has control over the future. That has got underlined. In the normal course of things, people would take things for granted. Things move, we place an order on Amazon, it comes at your doorsteps without realizing the kind of intricacies and linkages that are involved. And one disruption can throw the entire world in disarray. And today, the world is grappling to find solutions to the kind of challenges which exist because of the problem of logistics. Had that not been there, the thing would have been over a long time back. So given the importance, I think the session is very, very appropriate. And given the importance of logistics, the country came out with the PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan and also the National Logistics Policy. As my esteemed previous speaker pointed out, the cost of logistics, the way it is, which was quantified as 12-13%, and the idea was to bring it to 7 to 8%. And logistics, as was mentioned, is not a one-person's game. There are multiple players, and therefore the PM National Gati Shakti Master Plan talks of multimodal connectivity. That is the bottom line. And I suppose this university exists to bring about that synergy amongst the various players in the logistics ecosystem. That is critical for all of us to be able to talk to each other, engage with each other seamlessly, so that the multimodal connectivity is seamless instead of multiple paperworks being done, multiple digital platforms that we work on, different legal systems that exist for rail, road, air. It has to be made seamless, and that continues to be a challenge which all of us, particularly my young students here, have to look at. How do we make the entire thing seamless for the entire logistics supply network? It starts from the way you place an order, the way the documentation is done, the way the payments are made, the way the things move. So seamless movement at all these fronts. And as the last question was, what is the kind of what kind of thing startups can do? So wherever there is an inefficiency, there's an opportunity for you. If you're able to find a solution which brings down that efficiency, people will come running to your door. And in every aspect of logistics, there are challenges which are looking for solutions. And therefore, we had the logistics policy where the idea was that there would be comprehensive action plan for each of these 8 sectors for digital logistics solutions. You have, people have made headway. You have the ULIP platform through which APIs can get shared, and it's for young entrepreneurs and startups to put in applications so that we're able to track containers, track things, track everything end to end. Similarly, every ministry is supposed to have a sectoral plan for increasing logistics efficiency. All ministries, all departments, all areas of activity are required to be doing it. Now here again, many of us in government take business as usual. You look at, despite this being on for the last 4 or 5 years, even now if you look at the kind of movement which takes place for some of the bulk commodities, say fertilizer. The fertilizer which India imports, substantial quantity of it gets unloaded at a few ports down south, and they move all the way by rail, where I'm sure there are cheaper solutions available. I was looking at the course curriculum of one of my friends here who has been helping me out here, and I find you do a lot of transportation modeling, you have the academic inputs, you have the solutions. Now, if some of us start working on finding sectoral plans for the existing movement which happens, FCI, today, even despite my previous speaker pointing out the need for containerization, we still have procurement which happens in gunny bags. Things get loaded, unloaded in gunny bags, move long distances in gunny bags on the usual railway wagon. It's an ideal case for containerization, palletization, movement which happens without loss and pilferage which otherwise happens. So these are burning examples, and the kind of losses we have because of food grains getting lost, if you're able to contain that, I'm sure there'll be enough takers for it. So I just gave 2 examples. So, and talking of containerization, which countries across the world do 70% of the movement through containerization. We're still at 20-25%. So there's a long way to go, and every aspect of movement that we do, I suppose, is looking for solutions, and therefore, seminar like this, I hopefully should be able to kindle some interest in some of you to be looking at the kind of expectation which these 2 things have. The master plan itself of bringing all the transportation networks seamlessly together, and the logistics policy. The logistics policy with the 7 verticals, in addition to the digital logistics system, the need for standardization and containerization. Now here we have one set of containers for domestic movement, one set for international movement, the standards with respect to various commodities, intermodal standardization and making them seamless are all work to be done. So with that kind of a challenge, I would now come down to the shipping sector itself. While the Gati Shakti master plan and the policy relies on the big framework, and the shipping sector, given the Amrit Kal requirements, I borrowed these slides from the ministry itself, some of the recent ones, and this is a kind of plan which has been prepared. In addition to the Vision 2030 and the Amrit Kal Vision 2047, which lays down the large framework, and in the Amrit Kal Vision 2047, most of these numbers in terms of volumes that we are going to reach have been worked out. And the activity which the ministry has been doing has been to make these things a reality. While a lot of work has been done in terms of the kind of volumes which our port handle, their efficiency, there is a lot of work still requires to be done, particularly on the shipping side, which I would like to highlight here to start with, and which becomes all the more critical in a situation that we are in, that without our own shipping, without our own container lines, there is not just a problem of logistics cost, it's a fundamental challenge to our national security. So that is one thing which I think we have to understand. When it comes to shipping, it's a matter of not just cost, but that of national security. And today, with the situation and the lessons that we are learning, I suppose we got to be on our feet and try to address this problem. Talking of the achievements, I have a slide here which talks of what is the existing position on the port side. We have enough capacity in the sense that while we have more than close to 3,000 million metric tons of capacity, we handle about 16,000 metric tons. The berths that we have, some of them are old, and therefore these berths have to be upgraded, which is an ongoing process. I have a port chairman who's going to speak up, coming next to me and giving you more insights on this. So I'll not talk of much on the port side. I'll leave it to him to take care of the granular details. But the PPP model, which I want to highlight here, the PPP model which was adopted for the port sector, which has been refined over the last 25 years. Incidentally, the port sector was one of the first sectors to go in for PPP, and JNPT port was one of the earlier ones, the first one, where the PPP was tried out. It was tried in the highway sector as well in various forms, starting from BOT to HAM to EP, to all kinds of models, but they have got refined. But in the port sector, we have been able to refine it to a level where the private sector interest has been of a very, very high order. And the individual ports have been able to make projects of the kind that that results in a substantial amount of interest, and they get competitive bids. And now the port chairman are in a position to be able to put everything on PPP, and they have become landlords, where they are able to ensure that the efficiencies of the private sector get fully captured, while the port chairman, as the landlords, are able to provide the overall regulatory framework and the platform and the support to make these PPP operators successful. So that's kind of regime the ports have got into. And with that PPP arrangement working successfully, money and investment for the port sector and development of terminals is no more a challenge. Our ports today, the return on investment is of a very high order. They have surpluses, and the private sector is coming forward in large measure to do much of the developmental work and in turn make money out of it. So that's the kind of business model which is already there. And while the terminals, quite a few of them have been put in the PPP model, the other parts of the port, starting from the operation of cranes to the various services the port does, they're also being given our own PPP model. And again, these are again opportunities for our young friends here to be looking at it. The ports would ultimately become totally PPP driven. The port chairman would be the landlords, and it is for you to be able to make a business case and make money out of it. So that's the port sector. On the shipping side, these are numbers I think we got to take it with a bit of care, in the sense that while we have about 1,500 odd vessels, but the share that we have in terms of what we carry on our bottoms is very, very small. And I think is a critical area that we have to look at. The numbers have come down over the years. We have other players who now do much of the transportation for our country, which is a situation that is not desirable. In the COVID times, we came into a situation where we are totally dependent on movement of containers to foreign shipping lines. And our people, our EXIM trade had to pay through their nose for getting every container getting moved. So that is one catching up which we need to be doing. I have a few slides to highlight that. Whatever is the sector which I think is something which our friends here have to be aware of. If we talk of greening of the logistics, that is the way forward. While you can try greening on road transport, try greening on other things by going for biofuel and so on and so forth, but that is any day less greener than taking things through waterways. That's the greenest way for doing it. So instead of things moving by road or rail, if you are able to move things on the coastal route, you are doing the greatest service when it comes to greening the logistics supply chain. That is something which we have to understand. And if you are able to make our terminals, our railway sidings, multimodal, where from the harbor things can directly go onto a waterway, that would be the most efficient way to do it. We have entrepreneurs in the country who have done it big time. We had an example of Concord where cement is now moving onto rail, but we have also people who take cement, take clinker from Gujarat coast down to the various consumption points where it's grinded and then bagged and then used. So that is happening. Steel, you have a lot of people, JSW and so on, which brings in cargo along the coast, the iron ore and other things along the coast, processes the steel, and then by the coastal route it gets distributed. So it's happening in some of the sectors, but there are other sectors which are waiting for that kind of a movement to happen. Again, fertilizer and food. The fertilizer movement happens at one port and then is moved long distances across the country by rail. It should ideally be offloaded at various points at various ports closest to the consumption points. Or if it has to be loaded at one point, it should move by coastal routes to various points and used. This is a sector which is ripe for analysis in your projects. Please do that. Food movement which happens. Why not containerize it? What's the kind of losses that we are incurring? If you containerize it, our containerization level will go up from 20% to more appropriate levels, and the losses that we suffer would be much less. So that's a good, big saving the country is going to have. So coming back to shipping and the criticality of it, the numbers which I mentioned, 1,500 odd ships that we have, but as you can see, we pay about $75 billion every year to foreign shipping lines, because much of the transportation of cargo that we do is on foreign bottoms. And this is something which is critical, and because of this criticality, the government understanding the complicated nature of the shipping business, where it is not just making a ship, which was tried out, but since there are so many players, it has to be a holistic kind of approach. And now the government in the last budget has announced a whole host of measures, starting from shipbuilding assistance scheme, which was there in some form. But unless you have places where ships can be made cheap, the ships that got made through these programs were not competitive with some of the foreign players. The three leading players we have in the world, China, Korea, Japan, their ships, despite this subsidy, continued to be cheaper. As a consequence, even Indian flag ships went to other countries to buy them. Now we have a plan, a scheme where we are trying to address the other lacuna in terms of having shipping clusters where the costs come down, the legal arrangements get synergized. We have a development fund where the other aspects, other linkages can be addressed. And as you can see here, the GT that we do is a small fraction of what the other countries, other 5 leading countries of the world do. I think it's no consolation that we are better than USA, but that country also is facing the same challenge. And now, having realized the importance of shipping and the maritime trade and so on, they are trying to catch up on this. The linkages which I said and the importance of everything working together is critical for shipping. One aspect of it alone may not be able to deliver. So in the new scheme, as you can see, you have money set out for various components. And if the whole thing works seamlessly together, we should be able to get the kind of ships that we require for our national security. And as Mr. Singh in the previous presentation mentioned, there's already a Bharat container lines which is there, where all the stakeholders concur with a share of 30%, some of our ports, the Shipping Corporation of India, all of them have joined hands to create a company, a container liner company, which will be able to meet our needs in the days to come. Similarly, the bulk movement of our energy requirements, which gets transported. The oil companies have now tied up with the Shipping Corporation to ensure that we have been able to aggregate the demand of ships. And we have identified about 500 odd ships, which 450 odd ships, which the country would be 437 ships ships to be made over the next few years, with a requirement of, with an investment of about 2.2 lakh crores. With that kind of a demand going to the Indian shipping industry and companies of the JV that we mentioned, we should be able to create a shipping ecosystem which we are able to compete with the world, and the position that we are in should be reversed. So that is, again, each of these again is waiting for youngsters like you to catch on and start getting things in the various segments that are involved. And to make these clusters, I have put the kind of places where investments are already being planned, some of them already working. On the PSU side, we have these shipyards which are putting in more money. Cochin shipyard in Cochin, which did the last aircraft carrier. has already enough orders, and now with the green ships being in demand, the usual conventional ships, maybe there would be challenges in terms of catching up with established players in China, Korea, and Japan, as I mentioned. But the new kind of ships which the world demands, which are greener, which may also be smaller, is a niche area which our people have to be looking at. And if we are able to produce the technology, we can become the shipbuilders for the world. And with that end in mind, our ports decided to have green tugs, where all the tugs which you use for the port operations for towing the vessels into the port and out of it, they decided that their tugs would all be green. And they were able to have a standard specification, and they gave orders to Indian shipbuilders. With the latest technology, we are trying to create a niche area where we become the leaders for providing green tugs to the ports all over the world. A beginning has been made, but similar kind of initiative is required for all the sectors to be able to catch up on the area which is absolutely critical from the geopolitical point of view, from the security point of view, for reaching economies of scale, and from the energy security point of view. So this is one area which I thought we need to be looking at. On the shipping side, one area of strength, of course, is the kind of talented manpower that we have. Our seafarers today are more than 3.18 lakhs, which man 10 to 15% of the crew on the vessels all across. So when you hear of the war casualties today, while you have the people who are fighting, some of them sacrificing their life, but we have our seafarers also who are on the front line. And we have incidences, and therefore, while the numbers are going up, we have to ensure that the kind of security and other things we are able to provide to our seafarers the country has a duty to them to be able to take care of their safety and security. So this is an area where, again, our training schools have done a good job, and today our seafarers are lapped up by the shipping lines the world over. Broadly, I've already mentioned, but while our numbers have been good, the future requirement is going to be 10 times as much. And the future requirement would mean that the existing ports get modernized, but at the same time, new ports get established, for which on the green, you have these new major ports which are being planned. The one at Vadhavan, further north of JNPT. JNPT today has got saturated. The JNPT port doesn't have place for more container terminals. Therefore, Vadhavan has been identified further north. And the transshipment, unfortunately, today happens on foreign shores. Ships which go on the 6th latitude south of Colombo into Kalang, into Singapore, they don't touch our shores. Therefore, the transshipment happens along the main shipping corridors. Today, the ships have become big, 24,000 odd containers, which can't come into the Bay of Bengal or the Arabian Sea. They have to necessarily follow the trunk route. And therefore, the transshipment happens at Colombo, Kalang, Singapore, Abu Dhabi, and we end up with feeder services. To make up for that, now there's a transshipment hub. We already one have at Vizhingham, which is operational. We tried Cochin, but Cochin had problems of draft. Now another one is there at Galathea Bay, in the middle of Bay of Bengal. So hopefully the transshipment business, which is now offshore, should also come back to our shores. The port capacity addition, hoping a volume of 10 times as much by the Amrit Kaal 2047. All the ports are modernizing. The berths which were there otherwise are now being put on PPP. The draft issues, the modernization issues, the containerization issues are being simultaneously addressed. So there's a lot of work which is being done. And again, as I said, the PPP model has worked well. And hopefully the berths which are there with ports, more of them would be into private hands. And each of them is an opportunity for our friends to be looking at here. The port capacity, as I mentioned, has to go up to 10,000 million metric tons. That's what the plan is, for which all our major ports already have a master plan. The major ports drew up a master plan for 2047. They figured out what is the kind of waterfront they have, what are the kind of terminals they can put, the kind of resources they have, and therefore the Maritime India Summit, which the ministry holds every 2 years, they've been able to give this self of projects to the entire world, anyone who's interested. So ports have been preparing this self of projects, not for tomorrow, not for day after, but up till 2047. It is for the private enterprise, entrepreneur, businesses to look at these self of projects, make a business case, and get into the sector. So the Maritime India Summit, which we had in Bombay last year, was the idea was to showcase this. And with the volume that is required to be reached by 2047, there's enough work. And some of the things which are already in the pipeline, I have listed them here. Again, I would like to acknowledge that most of these slides are from the ministry, and these are things which are already in the making. While we do that, the transformative initiatives which are happened, the Sagar program has been on since 2015. And the investment, you would I think it's something I think our young friends should know. The road sector, if you look at the Government of India budget, the road sector gets the pie of the investments which the government makes, running into a few lakh crores, followed by railways. Now I think this year the railways has taken over, the road is slightly behind them. The port sector, when it comes to the investment from the government's budget, is nominal. If we really want the sector to go green, fortunately the private sector, we have the models where the private sector is fully geared up and is taking on the responsibility, so investment is coming in. But when it comes to some of the areas like the waterways and filling up the missing gap, providing the linkages which don't exist, the Sagarmala program was framed to be able to make up for those gaps. And the Sagarmala program has done commendably well in the last 10 years. Many of these gaps have been filled. You would find jetties and terminals all along the coast. In addition to the major ports, 12 of them that we have, the states have these ports, many of them do EXIM business. Their resources were not there. So the Sagarmala program, those ports, those terminals, those jetties have been funded and they have been modernized. The concession agreements has been refined. Now the big change that was there was to have the revised tariff guidelines. Earlier there used to be TAM, Tariff Authority for Major Ports, which used to set the tariff, which at times was told is not very market friendly. So in the Major Ports Act of 2021, the TAM was done away with. And the tariff setting authority was given to the PPP player himself for their terminals and to the ports for their terminals to make it more market friendly. So the new PPP concession agreement and the opening of tariff has resulted in substantial interest for the port sector. Along with that, the new legislative changes which have happened, the digital framework, while we containerize, which is important, the fact today that the entire digital logistics system is totally digitized end to end, and therefore the digital framework talking to each other is critical. We have the NLP Marine, and the IMO has the concept of maritime single window, where cargo and ships moving across countries should be able to interact, move from port to port without bothering about the requirements of individual ports, which may be different. So this attempt has been there. Many of the ports have aligned themselves to the maritime single window. The need is to have the digital platform which is end to end. While the containerization and digitization is the way the logistics chain has moved, the importance of resilience of the supply chain has become critical. Today, a customer expects end-to-end delivery. The ports which you'd be happy with just turnaround time and so on have to now ensure that the end user is able to get the goods from his factory to the end point. Any disruption is again, the customer now lives with just in time. People used to have inventory at home, inventory in the factories. Today we have come to a situation where everything is just in time. And therefore the criticality of the logistics sector, becomes all the more important, and therefore, if you are able to have robust, reliable, efficient supply chains where these gaps can be addressed, and therefore the concept of economic corridors, you have the idea of the IMEC, the India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor, you have the North-South Transportation Corridor. The idea was to be able to move just not cargo, but also energy, data, liquid hydrogen on the same corridor seamlessly, where we are able to have interfaces established between the various countries at the various borders. The JNPT and Kandla port have tried doing it with EOE, you have a MAT3 program, but these kind of things will get expanded. And the kind of disruption which Hormuz has given would further accelerate the need for these kind of economic corridors as alternative mechanism for fallback. Today, the few pipelines which exist in Saudi and which cut across to Oman are the lifelines. Now, similar kind of lifelines are going to be created all over the world. That is what the world is going in for. And the end user would expect a resilient supply chain. So these are going to be not just transport corridors, but economic corridors on which growth would happen. My previous speaker talked of the Delhi-Mumbai railway corridor. They have become economic corridors where the growth would happen. So this is the importance of logistics. The port volumes I've already mentioned. I think I've taken a lot of time. I quickly finish with the large projects. The greening is already mentioned. And the one big thing which the new budget has is the containerization manufacturing program. Again, this is a critical area which I think I just mentioned 2 lines here. Like ships, the containers also get manufactured not on Indian shores, but China remains a leader here. Now we have a full-fledged program with an investment of 10,000 crores to be able to make have containers made here. That, like the ships, containers are equally going to be critical. And as our EXIM volume grows, we have to have our domestic, there's no big technology involved. But it's again a question of getting our act right, starting from a standard for cotton steel, which we didn't have till 3 years back. The railway has its own standards for the railway wagons. But the international containers required a standard called cotton standard, which the BIS came out with. So similar gaps exist. Now hopefully they are streamlined. We have been getting orders for domestic suppliers. We should be able to catch up and be big on container manufacturing as well. So these are the small things which we need to be looking at. The gaps which I mentioned, our Sagar Mara program over the last 10 years has tried to meet that gap. But the challenge remains in some of these sectors, and the criticality of the logistics supply chain, which the world has now realized, would mean that the world expects robust, efficient supply chains for which the policy framework, the legislative framework on the shipping side and other sectors is there. The opportunities are there for you to catch up, and I wish you all the very best. Thank you very much. Any questions, if any? Good, I think no, sorry.
Good morning, sir. I am Captain Narasimha, working here as a journalist. First of all, thank you so much for a beautiful overview. So your presentation did cover some aspects of legal frameworks which we have changed over the last 10 years. I think there are some 12 or 10 acts which have come out. So how do they align with the vision which we have? And what is the future changes that we are likely to see in the legal frameworks?
See, again, shipping and ports is an interesting area. The British, when they came on the ships. And the first of the laws that the country had, the first of the acts, were on the shipping side. The Admiralty Act. They all date back to 1800s. And most of our acts, the Indian Port Act is 1908, etc., etc. The Bill of Lading, the Carriage of Sea Act, etc., were all 100 years old. So on the shipping side, starting from the Major Ports Act, the Indian Ports Act, the Merchant Shipping Act, the Bill of Lading Act, the Carriage of Goods by Sea Act, the Lighthouses, now it's called Maritime Aids to Navigation Act. They have all been made to meet the contemporary needs. and provide for a framework for digitization, containerization, multimodal cargo handling. That framework has been created so that the road sector, the air sector, the other sectors can seamlessly work together. So that work has been done on the shipping side. About 10 acts have got amended in the last few years, which is a phenomenal work done. So the legal framework is laid. The Maritime India Vision 2030 and Amritkal Vision 27 is there for our ports to be looking at. The master plans are being made. All things are being done. So the legislative framework and the vision is there. Now the real work, action on the ground is for entrepreneurs like you to take over. Similar kind of linkages are required for the other sectors to be able to make everything work together. So my take is that the national logistics policy is the foundational framework which everyone in the logistics sector, the shipping ministry, it was a guide, we were part of framing it and also a guide for implementing it. Concor mentioned that is the mantra on which they work. So everyone who works in the logistics sector, if you work with that policy in mind, have sectoral plans, make sure all the modes get their due to have a greener, efficient shipping logistics supply chain, things would start falling in place. So we have the broad framework and the policy and the approach. We got to make it work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for that enlightening session. It was an absolute privilege to hear from such a distinguished leader. We are truly grateful for that practical wisdom you have shared today.
So firstly, I just want to mention on behalf of Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, today we are very blessed and privileged because we have an opportunity to listen from people who are doing it. Very rarely we get a chance to listen from people who are actually doing it. For example, I'm talking to my young students, Dr. Sanjiv Ranjan ji, a brilliant IAS officer that he has been. He was in charge of the entire port shipping waterways as the secretary and has seen the entire sector. As secretary of road transport highways, he was in charge of the entire road transport and highways. And therefore, this opportunity to listen from the people who actually are leading at national level. And I'm also very happy to say that today, he is the honorary professor, he has accepted it, already in Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya. When we were setting up our maritime shipping, many of the things, we requested him to guide us and he gladly accepted to be honorary professor, distinguished visiting professor in Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya. Similarly, in Concur, Vijay Kumar ji. Three things I want to highlight. He is an alumni of this campus, right? Concur is one of the sponsors of this event, enabling us to all come together. Concur is leading India in containerization. So we are very fortunate to be listening to people who are actually leading the way. The other two speakers in this session, our own Police Commissioner of Vadodara, he will talk next, right? From what I have not seen any other police officer with so much technology orientation. You will yourself see it. Then we have Susanta ji. Again, alumni of this own campus. Today, the chairman of VOC Port. I could not resist but tell that how lucky we are to be able to listen to such visionaries in this platform. So I wanted to extend my gratitude to all of you for coming here and being here. Thank you so much.
Building on this theme of leadership and strategic governance, it's my distinct honor to introduce a guest who ensures that the infrastructure we build remains secure and resilient. Please join me welcoming Shri Narasimha Komar, an esteemed IPS officer of 1996 batch from Gujarat Cadre, currently serving as the Commissioner of Police for Vadodara City. He brings a unique technical perspective to public safety, holding a BE in electrical engineering from UVC Bangalore. He is an alumnus of the PGPPM from IIM Bangalore and Syracuse University, USA. Shri Komar's career is defined by innovative application of technology in governance. As the chairman of Task Force for the Vishwas project, he has spearheaded the establishment of the statewide network of CCTV, body-worn, and drone cameras across Gujarat. His excellence has been recognized with 2 National E-Governance Gold Awards and the President's Police Medal for both meritorious and distinguished service. From his 7-year tenure with the CBI receiving National Award for Security Management from the Election Commission of India, his journey is a masterclass in modern leadership. As a gesture of sincere appreciation and gratitude, I would like to felicitate our esteemed guests. May I kindly request Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, to please come forward for the felicitation ceremony. May I respectfully invite Shri Narasimha Komar to kindly come forward and accept the bouquet. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, to share his insight on security and technology in our evolving landscape, please welcome Shri Narasimha Komar.
Professor Manoj Choudhary, Vice Chancellor, Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, eminent speakers from different domains, professors and faculty, students and participants. Delighted to be here in Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, Epitome 2026. It's indeed a privilege to be here among the galaxy of speakers who have put in decades of service in specific sectors and have delivered so much for the nation building process. Let me make a small presentation on the theme given to me, essentially security and traffic management, use of technology. Basically, you are aware that India is a place where basically we have seen massive growth in the last 2 decades in terms of physical infrastructure, which we were talking about, ports and shipping and road infrastructure, rail infrastructure and all that. And again, the other day I was in Delhi attending this AI Impact Summit. So there is a transformative changes that are coming on the technological front as well. The changing landscape of technology coupled with rapid growth in several sectors has implications for policing. I will talk about 2 issues. Way back in 2015, we started this smart city mission with an objective of developing 100+ cities to make them basically citizen-friendly, sustainable, livable, and basically urban hubs of economic growth and prosperity. With that kind of an objective, Government of India, state governments, urban local bodies have made huge investment. Same is the story when it comes to building mobility infrastructure elsewhere. Government of India also created an infrastructure for dealing with road safety related issues by way of legislative framework, amending MU Act 1988, establishing road safety authority at the national, state and district levels, and then again creating an ecosystem for bringing together various stakeholders for basically bringing down this 180,000+ fatalities every year in road accidents. In that kind of a scenario, when a lot of changes are happening, police cannot remain aloof to these issues. So police being integral part of the system that we operate, and the safety, security, and mobility being key issues for development of any urban center or any mobility infrastructure that we are talking about, then the police need to upgrade itself with the contemporary technology, the systems that enables efficient delivery of these services. That is the kind of background with which I will make this presentation. Modernizing police, as I told you, with the changing ecosystem, the police over a period of time has been trying to catch up and make itself competent to basically deal with the constantly changing crime pattern, the security challenges that it poses, and prepare itself or become future ready in that sense. So one of the thing is, I will talk about two things essentially in this because it's a limited time that I have. One is regarding security, both in the physical domain to an extent, and largely what is happening to the digital infrastructure that we have created over a period of time in terms of cybercrime, data security, etc. being major issues. What is that we have done over a period of time? And second, improving urban mobility, as I said. When we are worried about 1,80,000 plus fatalities happening across the country, we need to focus on making our roads safer, the wide roads and long flyovers and bridges, and the Bharatmala, Golden Quadrilateral, all these major initiatives alone will not help us. We will have to make other interventions to make our roads safer. What could be those in terms of technological interventions? These are the two issues on which we will discuss. One regarding this road safety and traffic management. Essentially, globally, photo-based enforcement systems have become popular over a period of time. If you go to any Western urban hub, you get to see that virtually everywhere the CCTV camera-based systems are extensively being used by the police over there. Same is the story in most of the developed urban centers in India as well. So we are transiting to that in a phased manner. In Gujarat, we started with this CCTV camera infusion or installation in a big way. Then we also brought in this body cameras, 10,000 plus body cameras in Gujarat. One of the things that we quite often face is criticism for being high-handed in our approaches, misbehave with the citizens, and abusive in our behavior when we intercept people and things like that. To put a full stop to that, we have brought in this body cameras, which is basically a tool to fix somebody's accountability as well, while ensuring transparency. Then drone-based camera systems are basically eye in the sky, which can help you keep tab on what is happening on the ground, keep tab on antisocial elements, criminals, movement of potentially disruptive elements on the ground. So over a period of time, we have acquired over 30,000 cameras of this kind and installed it in various urban centers in Gujarat. So this is Vishwa's project, which she talked about. I'm heading that for some time, and under which, so in the phase one, we covered 46 cities, which includes all the district capitals, district headquarters, and also 7 Pavitra Yatradham, we call tourist hubs, and then Statue of Unity. And we have set up one command and control center in each of the districts, because they need to own this infrastructure and operate it for their advantage. And then established 7,000 plus cameras and another 12,000 cameras installed in the second phase, extending this to another 54 cities. Today, we are sitting in about 100 cities with 30,000 plus cameras. And we have also covered 79 interstate entry-exit points with Rajasthan, Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, and Diu Daman, Nagar Haveli. With that kind of an infrastructure coming, it has become possible for districts, district command and control center, which we call Netram, located in all the 34 districts, possible for them to keep tab on what is happening in their jurisdiction. These district command and control centers are in turn connected with Trinetra, which is an integrated command and control center located in Gandhinagar. So sitting in Gandhinagar, it is possible for anybody to monitor anything happening in any corner of the state where either a body cam or a CCTV cam or a drone cam is available for surveillance or security purposes on need basis. These are also, as I told you, Trinetra is a fantastic facility that we have developed. Sir, when I went to Hyderabad and Chennai, etc., they were saying that we have massive command and control center and all that. Essentially, they were one city centric. Here, we have decentralized the whole thing, put together. It is a massive infrastructure that has come up. So Trinetra is basically the third eye, and it is also integration of 3 different models, that the body, drone, and CCTV camera system. And we have a centralized database and MIS and all that for monitoring, and video analytical support systems for managing these video footages to the advantage of police for prevention, investigation, detection, and post-incident investigation support systems. So this is something that has come up in the state, which has been a fantastic tool in the hands of the police officers. This is a 3-tier system. For those of you who are interested in understanding the architecture that is built in, it is a 3-tier system where police stations are essentially the hub of activity, and then they are connected with the district command and control centers, which in turn are connected with the state command and control center, which we call Trinetra. Over a period of time, we have added several video analytical tools for extracting, authenticating, enhancing, and basically using it for the purpose of investigation, identification, detection of any, either a person or an object or a vehicle involved in any criminal case. That is made possible with a host of technological tools or video analytical tools that we have in the system. This system has been a fantastic tool where, please help me in getting back that. Another thing is basically, I wanted to show you. This has been a fantastic tool in the hands of the police for prevention, detection, investigation, and post-incident verification, and also is a citizen safety tool to make the street corners safe for women, children, and the vulnerable sections of the society. And the mobility is, as I told you, that is the key element of this entire system. With the integrated traffic management system, we are able to set up this non-intrusive traffic management system where we don't stop any vehicle on the road. We will send them each challan remotely and get the penalty connected. So that kind of a system has made it possible for the police to basically win the trust and confidence of the people. And of course, it has to be scaled up by bringing in parking lots and various other support systems within the urban ecosystem available to make it possible for the police to manage the traffic in a better way. And it's also a tool in the hands of the police and other systems for policy making also. Earlier, we were not getting these kind of data. In the absence of empirical data, academicians and policymakers will reject our case when we ask for something. Now, with the solid numbers and statistical information and pattern analysis, we have been able to convince the government that something needs to be done substantially to upgrade our capacity to take the police to the next level to make it possible for better delivery of services. But traffic is a multi-agency issue. There are multiple agencies like Road Transport Organization, then we have Building and Roads Department, municipal corporations, health department, emergency response systems, all these, and then of course police. So with the Road Safety Authority coming in, it has become one platform where all these stakeholders come together, put their ideas together and work out a plan synergetically to ensure that the better services are delivered at the citizen end. That kind of effort is parallelly being done to make this system very, very efficient. So today, chunk of the cases that we detect are basically based on CCTV, body camera, and drone camera based this thing, and this video analytical tools come very handy for the police to keep tab on criminal elements and ensure that, for example, last year we had a dacoity here in Vadodara. We detected 7 robberies detected, 48 chain snatching, all of them detected. So there is an assurance that if something goes wrong, we will be able to nab those guys without failure. That kind of solid supporting technological ecosystem has been created in the urban hubs across Gujarat. So this chunk of the cases today are detected with the help of cameras. Now with this kind of a learning, we are scaling it up. Gujarat is the 3rd highest urbanized state in the country, and there are over 160 nagarpalikas. We have covered 100. In the next 2 years, we hope to cover all the remaining 60 nagarpalikas as well, taking this count to something like 50,000 cameras and having the capacity to manage in any of these urban hubs issues related to both security, safety, and urban mobility. Now in the 3rd phase, we have planned many more cities, plus fish landing centers, etc. They are also security concern for us because Gujarat is a frontier state having 1,650 plus kilometers of water coastal border. And then we are bringing in facial recognition systems, AI-based tools and all that. That is in the pipeline. In about a year or so, we should be start creating visible infrastructure in this direction as well. Again, coming to the another issue, basically, safety of basically safety of IT infrastructure that we have, digital infrastructure that we have. So the urban local bodies and all the government departments have massive investment in IT infrastructure, IoT infrastructure. Now there is a big talk about bringing in a lot of AI ML tools. With this kind of a surge in IT hardware and support systems, the cyber safety and the data security will become 2 key issues again of concern for police. If we don't equip ourselves to deal with this kind of a challenge, already we are experiencing a massive surge in cybercrime. Government of India again came up with this policy framework. Way back in 2000, we had this IT Act 2000. Subsequently, we have this DPDP Act 2023 for the data protection and all that. Then we have also created institutional arrangements by way of I4C, Integrated Cyber Crime Coordination Center in Delhi. We have established CERTIN, which is another vertical for keeping vigil and assisting police and responding agencies, coordinating with them for cyber safety and things like that. And then at the state level, we have set up Cyber Excellence Cell, which has massive capacity to investigate cybercrime related issues. Now, we had basically started way back in 2017-18, we set up what is called Cyber Ashwas. And then from Cyber Ashwas, we moved to this I4C. That became a model for Government of India because our Union Home Minister had seen this model being developed in Gujarat. It was taken to Government of India and augmented and additional features were added. Now with the Cyber Ashwas and then augmented version I4C have fantastic capacity in terms of providing training, resource material, holistic support systems, coordinating with various agencies for investigation, detection, and prosecution of cyber offenders, and issuing advisory regarding data security related issues and all that. And then now with the growth of AI ML tools coming in, not only just hacking, in the future we will have a lot of issues of fake and deep fake related crimes as well. To deal with those kind of issues, again, we need to equip ourselves in this budget. I'm happy to announce that Government of India, Government of Gujarat has agreed to set up another center of excellence for AI in policing, and they have supported us by providing 69 crores for augmenting what we have for data integration or data fusion center. Because right now we are sitting in silos. Sir will agree with me, Road and Transport System Ministry has set up Vahan, Sarathi database and all that. Then we have our own crime criminal database, which has been operational from 2007. We have massive data of criminals, crime, and a variety of offenders who are wanted and things like that. But none of these systems are talking to each other. So there is, when there is an offense that happens, if somebody is trying to flee from Vadodara to Ahmedabad, when we have CCTV camera based sensors available on ground, since at the back end these data systems are not integrated, I won't be able to track them down. So we are planning to bring all kind of data systems on a common platform. At the back end, once these things are integrated and the data is available for AI/ML infusion, then we should be able to sense at the front end with the help of CCTV cameras, drone cameras, body cameras, and face recognition systems. We should be able to generate a lot of actionable intelligence with the help of these technological tools. That is another level that we are doing. So this is a journey, it's a work in progress. We'll have to constantly make ourselves, upgrade ourselves, make it possible for police to keep pace with the technological changes that are happening in the ecosystem that we live in. Gujarat Police is making a sustained effort to be future ready. I keep calling it transition from danda wielding police to data crunching police. We need to be smarter in terms of skill sets, knowledge, and ability to respond to these kind of emergencies or challenges that are emanating from the technological innovation that are happening in the ecosystem, and protect both physical infrastructure, IT, hardware, and systems to make it possible for the various departments, ministries, and the corporates to deliver better services, make it possible for the country to grow and prosper. So that is the presentation I wanted to make in this platform. Because of the paucity of time, I will not go into the nitty-gritties or specifics of individual elements or the components of this project. I take great pride, as the professors have said in the beginning, being part of this journey for the last 5 years or so. I'm heading this project, and I continue to be the head of the project while being Commissioner of Police. The other day, Professor Saab was kind to visit my command and control center here in Vadodara as well. So it is something that we would like to showcase whenever there are opportunities. Students with bright ideas, innovative ideas, and entrepreneurial ideas as well, they can always come and join hands with us. We are trying to encourage startups, people with basically developing or customizing these IT tools or AI tools for enforcement purposes. They are most welcome to join hands with Gujarat Police, so that you become part of this journey to create a safe and secure Gujarat in our journey towards Viksit Bharat vision of 2047. Thank you. If you have any question, I shall take. Otherwise, I would like to visit this university sometime again, have a extended debate and discussion regarding many things that we are doing, and where you can also join hands and partner with. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that insightful and powerful session. Moving forward, it is my absolute pleasure to introduce Sri Susanta Kumar Purohit, Chairperson of the VO Chidambaran Port Authority, VOCPA. A 1996 batch IRS EE officer, his career is a masterclass in bridging engineering innovation with large-scale administrative governance. Under his visionary leadership, VOCPA has achieved several historic technological milestones. He has steered the port to become India's first to implement a digital twin for real-time operational optimization and the first to deploy an anti-drone system to safeguard critical infrastructure. Furthermore, his commitment to sustainability is evident in pioneering work with green hydrogen hubs, securing massive investments for future-ready green energy projects. Today, he will be sharing his expertise on leveraging digital transformation and green energy to build the ports of the future. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in a warm round of applause for Shri Susanta Kumar Purohit. Sir, here is caller mic. It is better than this. So please, and this is one pointer. This is forward and this is backward. As a token of our gratitude, we are presenting Narasimha Singh with a memento.
Mr. Narasimha, I'm chairman of the board. Sometimes we do it. Please. Should I start or wait for? Can I start or wait for the? I'm very much thankful to Professor Manoj Choudhary sir, who kindly invited me to this event, and also I am very, very grateful to Dr. Sanjiv sir, our former Secretary Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways. In fact, I'm also very grateful to Mr. Vijay Singh and Mr. Manohar, who gave such a good, enlightening and very, very informative talk. And I'm grateful to, I'm also, this is my academy when I joined, so it was a very a privilege to visit it again. So I will take through one small video because now we have been listening to the talk, so we should take, so this is a video of our port. I'll request to run this video, please kindly.
British rule, launching the Swadeshi shipping service to reclaim India's trade. His legacy of self-reliance and courage continues to guide VOC Port, driving India's maritime future. VOC Port, the backbone of trade. The all-weather VOC Port, strategically located on the east-west international shipping route, serves as the economic lifeline of South India, ensuring seamless global trade. With unmatched connections to international trade lanes and domestic freight hubs, VOC Port enables businesses to move cargo with ease, speed, and efficiency. The port is absolutely congestion-free and is well connected by national highways and Indian rail network with a maximum draft of 14.2 meters. 8,000 TEU capacity container vessels and post-Panamax carriers can be berthed with ease at the port. The port ensures exceptional bulk handling productivity round the clock with harbour mobile cranes operating in tandem. The port's flagship container terminals, operated by Dakshin Bharat Gateway Terminal and Tuticorin International Container Terminal Private Limited have a combined capacity of more than 1 billion TEUs. To meet increasing global trade demands, VOC Port is undergoing major expansion, widening a port entrance from 153 meters to 230 meters, construction of berth 10 for handling bulk cargo, mechanizing of North Cargo Berth 3, and construction of offshore wind terminal. VOC Port has been designated by the Government of India as a key site for developing green hydrogen and green ammonia plants. Several global companies have acquired land within the port's industrial zone to establish green hydrogen and green methanol production facilities along with refueling infrastructure. VOC Port is at the forefront of India's renewable energy movement. With an upcoming dedicated wind turbine handling terminal, VOC will be a catalyst in propelling India's energy self-sufficiency.
Apart from this, we will take further steps to make the port into a big transit port in the East Coast.
This was in February 2024, sir. Honorable Prime Minister visited our port for the first time and announced this outer harbour project.
Port इसके लिए इस आउटर हार्बर कंटेनर टर्मिनल का लंबे समय से इंतजार किया जा रहा था। आज उसका शिलान्यास हुआ।
Outer Harbour will be developed with construction of Container Terminal 1 with 1,000-meter quay length. The basin and channel will be dredged to handle 16-meter draft vessels. In Stage 2, Container Terminal 2 will be developed with another 1,000-meter quay length. In line with India's vision of becoming a global shipbuilding leader, VOC Port is set to host one of the country's most advanced shipbuilding yards, driving innovation and employment in the maritime sector. As a leading Indian port committed to global sustainability goals, the port has implemented over 1 megawatt of rooftop solar power, a 5 megawatt ground-based solar farm, and a 2 megawatt wind turbine generator. Future plans include installing an additional 1 megawatt solar power plant and expanding wind energy capacity with 6 megawatt wind turbine generators. As a committed custodian of inclusive development and uplifting local communities, VOC Port has implemented many initiatives under corporate social responsibility. Under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, India's maritime sector is witnessing unprecedented growth.
Except Sanjiv, Ranjan sir and maybe Manoj Choudhary sir may not be, I think about the Tuticorin port, I think the audience may not be knowing. So I just wanted to take you through a small video, sir. Then I am having a small presentation. So this is a port which is located on the almost on the southern tip of the country, and this port has certain advantages, geographical advantages, because this port is protected by Sri Lanka, so this port is not affected by any weather impact like cyclones. So in the last cyclone Ditawa, when the port of Colombo, port of Cochin, port of Vizhinjam, port of Chennai were closed, we were working. So we are a port which works 24/7, 365 days. The second advantage of this port is that we are located on a rocky terrain. So once we do the capital dredging, then we don't require to do any maintenance dredging. That is called capital dredging is called first dredging is called capital dredging, and regular dredging which is required for maintaining the draft is called the maintenance dredging. So we don't require to spend any money on maintenance dredging, but once we do the capital dredging. So when other ports used to spend about 150 to 200 crores of rupees on dredging annually, we don't have that expenditure. So as a result of these two advantages, that is the all-weather nature of our port, and because we don't need to have the expenditure on the maintenance dredging, the cost of operation at our port is one of the lowest. Our operating ratio is one of the lowest among all the major ports. it is close to 30. That means we spend only $30 to earn $100. And we have got excellent connectivity to the port. We usually export 90-meter long windmill blades to the foreign countries. Those windmill blades come all the way from Chennai and Bangalore. That itself proves that we are very much well connected in the hinterland. Suppose you come to our port, then you will be welcomed with 8-lane roads. Unlike other ports where we go, we have a narrow stretch of road or some connectivity problem. Then our port is a port is handling around 40% of our cargo as container, and we are the port having the lowest turnaround time of container. It is about close to 18 hours, which is globally one of the shortest turnaround time. And of course, this port has been designated as the Government of India's Green Hydrogen Hub and also offshore windmill hub of the country. And as you have seen from the video, the Honorable Prime Minister has dedicated the Outer Harbour project. And once the Outer Harbour project comes, which we are expecting that within 3 years it will happen. So we will become the transshipment hub of the country in the East Coast. We are the Green Hydrogen Hub and we are the offshore windmill hub of the country. So this is the unique strength this port has. And also one more advantage of this port is that we are located on the quarry. That means we export about 10 lakh tons of boulder to Maldives for their construction, because this port is located near the quarry. And because of that, our civil project cost is less to the tune of 15%, and the project execution time is also less. Because in civil engineering projects, the cost of the project depends on the lead, from what distance you are getting the material. Because we are located on the quarry, that's why our project, civil engineering project expenditure also has, and the time of execution of the project is also less. This is the smash snapshot of the traffic that we are handling. For the last 2 consecutive years, we have been handling cargo more than 40 million metric tons. And this year also we will be closing around 43.5 million tons and growing at the rate of 5.12. However, our container traffic is growing close to about 9 to 10%. And as I mentioned that our operating ratio is less than 30%, which is one of the lowest among all the major ports. This is the vision that our port has set. We are going to become the carbon neutral port this year, because already we are scope 2 emission free. Whatever power that we require in the port to operate, all this power is coming from the renewable power. We are generating about 6 megawatt of solar power and 2 megawatt of wind power currently. And all the electrical power requirement of the port is being met through the renewable power. So 100% power requirement of the port is met from renewable power. And we are adding another 6 megawatt of windmill power, which will offset the carbon emission which is happening through the road vehicles. So that 6 megawatt windmill power will be commissioned in another 3 to 4 months of time. So thereby we will become carbon negative. Then already we are setting off the green fuel. That means we are a port which is setting up facility for bunkering. The bunkering is spoiling the vessel is called bunkering. So we are setting up facility for green methanol bunkering facility, because the future about 100 vessels are already running on dual fuel, that is on diesel and green methanol. And green methanol is the green fuel, the future fuel of the shipping sector. So we are already preparing ourselves to be a port which will be bunkering the green fuel into the vessels. Then we have commissioned the digital twin, and we are the first port in the country, first digital twin port of the country. And on the 23rd February, our Honorable Union Minister came and dedicated that digital twin for port. Then already shipbuilding hub, in fact, we are the first port to sign MOU with Government of Tamil Nadu for setting the shipbuilding cluster in Tuticorin area, because in the Tuticorin there is a lot of advantage. As I mentioned, it is all weather, the cost of operation is less, and also because of very good connectivity. And of course, we have the airport in the port also, and recently Honorable Prime Minister dedicated the expansion of the airport. So, and the length of the runway of the Tuticorin airport is bigger than the runway of Chennai airport. So it is becoming a big airport that is coming up in Tuticorin, and there is an airport also in Madurai. So this seaport is supported by 2 airports. There is one Tuticorin and one is Madurai. And Madurai is already international airport. Recently it was decided, and of course there is a daily connectivity of a flight to Dubai, Singapore, and Colombo. That is flying from Madurai. So we are a port which is supported by 2 airports also. Then we have already started the production of green hydrogen in our port. We are the first port to produce green hydrogen. And not only we are producing the green hydrogen, but also we are utilizing it. So we are utilizing for lighting one street of our township. And also we are charging the electric vehicles that are running in our port through this green hydrogen power. That is that we have set up as a technology demonstration project by the ministry, and that also was dedicated by our Honorable Union Minister in September this year. And that was to, and also whatever the lesson learned from this project we had published, and there is in our website. Then of course, we are becoming the offshore windmill hub of the country and the transshipment hub, and also because we are following all the, we are trying to adopt the best practices of all across the globe. So we are becoming the, we are trying to become the ease of doing, we are continuously trying to improve our ease of doing business. So this port is a port which is the first to produce green hydrogen, and also this port we have declared plastic free. In the last environment week, the theme was beat plastic pollution, and we have taken that opportunity to declare our port plastic free. So we are the first plastic free port of the country, and if you Google in the plastic free port in the country, then your Chidambaram Naam port will come. And we have already set up the SPV with Government of Tamil Nadu, with the first port to set up the SPV with Government of Tamil Nadu to set up the mega shipbuilding cluster in our Tuticorin. And we have been news that in the last 2 days, the National Shipbuilding Nation has approved that cluster. And also, we have the first port to first digital twin port, and also we have already initiated the anti-drone system, because we are a critical infrastructure, and we don't want any foreign drone coming and dropping any sensitive thing on our critical infrastructure. So we have already started the anti-drone system. These are some of the capacity enhancement projects that we have undertaken. We have completed this, in the last 18 months. This is a port which we have commissioned 3 berths. In one port, commissioning 3 berths in a period of 18 months indicates the speed and scale at which now the port sector is working. And there are some flagship program that is also ongoing, and some other programs are also going on. So this is the Outer Harbour project, which was inaugurated by our Honorable Prime Minister. The left side, the orange portion is already the port is there, but the right side, the pink portion is the project that we'll have. And the strategic, I mean the unique point of this port is that it has been constructed on reclaimed land. So because it is a rocky area, so whatever dredging we do, from the dredging material we create land. So recently in the last year, we commissioned one of the berth, NCV3, and we created about 11 hectares of land. From from about 5 lakh cubic meter of the dredge material, we created 11 hectares of land. And the right side, the Outer Harbour project, which will be made, that is on water. So this dredging will be about 20 million cubic meter of dredging will happen, and we'll dredge the channel to 19 meter, and we'll dredge make the Outer Harbour for about 18 meter draft. So we will be ready to handle any kind of vessel that will come into our port. So we can handle now the ultra size container vessel, which will carry 24,000 cubic TEUs of container. So now this port, after this Outer Harbour comes, then this will become the transshipment hub of the eastern part of the country. And currently, every day, one vessel goes from our port to Colombo for transshipment. And for that purpose, our trade used to pay $200 per container for the as a transshipment cost. So that cost also will be reduced. And this part of the country, that Tuticorin, a lot of industrialization is happening there because of the various advantages, because of the port city and very good infrastructure and all the nature of this area. So a lot of industrialization is happening in that part of the country. So, and also this port is a port where we are exporting a lot of windmill blades, and there is a heavy growth of export of this windmill blade. This year itself, we are having a year-on-year growth about 39%. And this is the photo of a vessel. In one vessel, we handled 147 numbers of windmill blade in the last week. So, and because of that, and because here, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy has identified Tuticorin as the offshore windmill hub of the country. So about 20 gigawatt of the offshore windmill will be constructed in the offshore. So they have told us to set up a offshore windmill terminal, because from our terminal, the offshore windmill project cargo will be handled. So in the cabinet note, they have given us 300 crores, and we are putting 450 crores from our internal resources. So we'll be spending about 750 crores and we'll develop the windmill terminal, which will handle the project cargo of the offshore wind, because there is a very heavy, about 200 tons of cargo. So a specialized berth is to be constructed. So for that, we have already sent the proposal to ministry, and we will construct this on EPC mode. And by another 2 years' time, this offshore wind terminal will be ready, and and all the project cargo for the offshore wind terminal will be handled from our port. This is the shipbuilding cluster that which I was talking about. So on September 5th, on the birthday of our V.O. Chidambaram, on whose name our port has been named, on the birthday our Honorable Minister came and not only attended the birthday ceremony, but he also dedicated a lot of projects. And also on that occasion, we signed the MOU with the government of Tamil Nadu to set up a SPV for construction of mega shipbuilding cluster at Tuticorin. And followed by that, the Honorable CM also had meeting with Hyundai at Madurai. And we have already signed the SPV, where the chairman of the Tuticorin port becomes the chairman of the SPV. The SPV name is called NCPTN, National Shipbuilding and Heavy Industry Park of Tamil Nadu. That is the name of the SPV, NCPTN. And they are 50%, we have shared 50%, 50-50 share with the government of Tamil Nadu. And we have already formed the board of directors, and already third board meeting has been already completed. So with this, that shipbuilding which will come, that will have an investment of about 30,000 crores and will completely transform that part of the country. And we are the first port and the first state to do this SPV, sir. And now there are some of the other infrastructure that we are creating, the development of berth number 7. This berth number 7 was initially the first PPP berth of the country, sir. When PSA was had done that berth on PPP with Tuticorin port, and of course there was some litigation happened because of the revenue share issue, and then we had an amicable settlement and we have taken out the berth. But that berth, because it was a 2,000-year-old berth, but the draft was 11 meter only. So now we are going strengthening the berth and also dredging the berth to meet the draft of the our port. And also this is one more berth we are developing because our cargo is increasing and our cargo is growing by 6%. In fact, this growth in this year, which is 6%, should have been 12% because we had 2 thermal power plants in our port, where there was 1 month last year there was a strike, and in one thermal plant which is of government of Tamil Nadu, there was fire incident. So 2 units got out. As a result of that, we lost about 2.5 million of coal cargo. So if that would not have happened, then this 2.5 million tons would have resulted in 12% growth of our port, which is phenomenal and which is one of the highest growth in any port that we are experiencing. So that part of the country are surging in this cargo and both bulk as well as container, and that's why we have to ramp up our capacity. So that's why we are developing this berth number 10, and also this outer harbor is coming, and also we are strengthening other terminals. And now since the outer harbor will come with 18-meter draft and inner harbor is 14.2-meter draft, so what we'll do once the outer harbor is awarded, then immediately we will do the inner harbor dredging to 18-meter to optimize the entire port. Otherwise, the cargo will shift from the low draft berth to the higher berth draft. So that also is under planning, the inner harbor dredging. So these are some of the green initiatives, and in fact, on the green side, we are the pioneer. And in the recently held the Maritime India Week, the Tuticorin port got the Green Visionary Award because of this. And these are the projects we have already completed. We have already commissioned the green hydrogen pilot plant, and we have already allotted land to the green hydrogen project proponents. And by 2028 December or 2029 January, we will be producing the green ammonia, which will be exporting to the foreign countries. This Samcorp and Gentry, etc., they have taken the land, and they have already signed the offtake agreements. And they are in the first phase to set up this green hydrogen facility. And we are the only port which has more than 1 megawatt solar rooftop capacity. And also we have about 6 megawatt of ground solar capacity. And we are the only port where our administrative building has recently been certified as IGBC Platinum rating we have got. So that is the highest rating that IGBC gives for a building, for the green building. And we have about 4 buildings in our port which has got the Sunya and Sunya Plus certification from the BE. the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, they used to give certification for buildings which consume no energy. That means if they produce equal amount of energy than they consume, that is called, they get Shunya certificate. And if they are producing more renewable power than they are consuming, then they get Shunya plus certificate. So 4 of our buildings have got Shunya and Shunya plus. 2 have got Shunya plus and 2 have got Shunya certification. Of course, this is not our core business, but since those facilities that BE gives or IGBC gives, that's why we are availing those certification for our buildings. And these are the projects which are ongoing. 2 megawatt ground solar is going on, 9 megawatt wind turbine. We are again one of the foremost port which is setting up the facility for battery electric storage system, because we are at times producing more energy than required. So those extra renewable power will be depositing in the BESS, battery electric storage system. So those will be basically offsetting the requirement of renewable power in the night time. And we are already doing the green methanol bunkering. Then we, as sir mentioned, we are the port which is already given order for green talk. And by 27 December, we will be the port which will be having the green talk. And we are doing afforestation ISO 2001. Also, we are working for the green shipping corridor. Then future projects is we are trying to produce green methanol from municipal solid waste. We have signed an MOU with Tuticorin municipality. Tuticorin municipality is producing about 75 tons of municipal waste every day. So we are setting up a pilot plant where we will utilize 25 tons of the municipal waste daily to convert into 8 kl of green methanol, sir. And the cost of the green methanol production will be only 18 rupees per liter, 18 rupees per kiloliter, which is currently around 70 rupees in the international market. So that pilot plant we are doing it. Then also we have already introduced green payloaders in our port, and we are setting up an additional 2 megawatt of green hydrogen, and that is for the green mobility, because 200 numbers of trucks are moving in our port, which is consuming diesel fuel. So that we are planning to run through the green hydrogen power. So we have signed MOU with Tata Motors, which will be giving us 40 trucks to run in our port. Then shore-to-ship power. We are a port which are planning to make the 100% shore-to-ship compliant. That means whichever vessel will come, that they will be, if they require the electric power to run their hotel load, then they can take from our shore. So that we are, by the year end, we are planning to make our ports completely a port having shore-to-ship compliant, so that whatever vessel will come and they will require the electric power, then they will give you some incentive. And those vessels which will not be requiring the electric power, then we may give some kind of disincentive to them. So this is the evolution of renewable energy. So first we started this solar power of 100 kilowatt in the year 2015, and now we are about 9 megawatt of solar power we are having, and we are having wind power also. And this is the first green hydrogen pilot plant that we got inaugurated by our Union Minister. And this is a small 1-minute video on this green hydrogen plant. This is the street of the township which is getting powered with green hydrogen power in our port. So this is the about 200 acres of land we have given to the various project proponents, and this much they have already started working in the port. This is the one which our port is working on getting carbon credits. About 8 projects are eligible for carbon credits, and we have already started working on that. And probably by next year, we will be the first port to earn carbon credit for our port. And it will be a very huge financial benefit to the port, and it will improve our rate of return for the projects, green projects that we are doing. So this is the financials, the total number of credits for all the projects are expected to be about 20,000 credits we'll get in 10 years. And total revenue is expected to be hoping 76 crores, and the expected revenue will be around 48.3 crores for 10 years. And this is one green methanol space. We are working in a big way in the port, because already we are ready with green methanol bunkering, and by May this bunkering facility will be ready, and by June or July we are trying to bunker one pilot green methanol vessel in our port, and we'll declare our port as a node for green methanol bunkering. And we expect that by 2030 we will be requiring about 1 million metric ton of green methanol to fuel the vessel, because the Tuticorin is located very close to the east-west sea route, and that's why this there is a heavy navigation is coming there, and we feel that there will be about 1 million metric ton of green methanol bunkering. For that, we are planning to create the bunkering capacity, and for that purpose, we require around 300 to 400 crores of rupees for creating that bunkering facility. So you asked already the fund from the Sagarmala 2.0, and we are trying to create this capacity or this facility before the actual demand comes. So that is what we are planning. And from this statistics, you may appreciate that the net zero target, which is IMO gives the target of net zero by 2050, for that 50% of that has to come from the green fuels. And we are a port, we are projecting ourselves to be the port which will be bunkering the green fuel into the vessel, because of our strategic location advantage, because we are very close to the international sea route. So here you will see that the broad spectrum of green fuels is varying impact on emission reduction. So the LNG, HVO, biomethanol is slightly close. I mean, but green hydrogen or say green methanol will be completely offsetting the carbon emission. So I mean, for that we have to of course create the capacity. And this graph shows how dense the navigation happens near the Tuticorin port from the east-west. And the Tuticorin port is one of the ports which is the closest to the international sea route. And already we are working we are at advanced stage for the green fuel bunkering facility. So now by 2030 we will be a port which will be not only creating facility for green fuel, but from that we expect that we will be earning also a lot of revenue, because one pessimistic study says that we will be earning about 100 crores of revenue from the bunkering. Not only that, sir, it will also attract the vessels which is calling to Colombo, Willingham, or other ports, because they don't have that facility, but we have that facility. So currently also because of this, we may project ourselves as a energy export of the country. Now we are at current stage that we are importing about 984 million barrels of crude to fuel vessels, which cost about $79 billion. And with this, it will reduced by 250 million barrels with this green fuel. And we will be saving about 20 billion foreign currency outgo. So it's a huge advantage if we go for this and seriously consider for this transition. And of course, sir, we are working on this, and the Tuticorin port is a port which is working on this one. And recently also, sir, we are actually, sir, we have created a war room in our port, which is working very dedicatedly for the green hydrogen, working on green hydrogen space. And we have also had a discussion talk with Tata Motors. And last February, they came and signed this MOU before our minister. So they will be, we will be setting up a 2 megawatt green hydrogen facility with our own cost. Of course, we have asked money to MNRE. They will be giving 50% of subsidy of that cost, and we'll put some 50%, around 40 crores from our internal resources. But the Tata Motors will get subsidy from Ministry of Heavy Industries for the trucks, and they will give us one truck free of cost to run as a pilot, and after that they will be inducting about 40 trucks and they will deploy in our port as a green. And we are the first port to sign this MOU with Tata Motors to set up this green hydrogen mobility in our port. This is the wind farm that is coming, sir. And this is the municipal solid waste to green methanol. This pilot we are doing in the port. And this carbon offset statistics that I will say, I mentioned that we are already 94% scope 2 emission free for the year. But if you take last 3 months, already we are this scope 2 emission free. And by May or June, we will become the scope 3 emission free also. And this is the certification that we have got from IGBC, platinum certification for our administrative building. And this is the Sunya and Sunya Plus certification that we have got for our buildings. And this is the, in last September, we declared ourselves plastic free, and our port is a plastic free campus. And some digital transformation that, sir, this is the first, we are the first port to declare ourselves digital twin. We have commissioned, there are 4 modules, and 2 modules already we have commissioned. And this is the picture of the digital twin control room, where our Honorable Union Minister is inspecting the digital twin features. And of course, we are also working in a big way on Port GPT, anti-drone, and AI-based surveillance system, which will be ready in 3 to 4 months' time. Basically, we are trying to adopt all the best practice all across the globe, and like the port of Rotterdam, port of Singapore, port of Busan, and trying to adopt all the best practice and trying to become one of the leader in this AI and IT space also, along with this green initiatives. And sir, this is the some projects we are doing. Basically, this Tuticorin is not a very big city. It has got only 3-star hotels. So what happens, whoever is coming to do business in the port, they are staying in Madurai and coming, doing 2 to 3 hours of work and then going back. So we thought that if someone is not coming and staying in the city, then they will not be focusing on the development. So what we have done, we have given about 10 acres of land for developing a 5-star hotel in our port. So that already we have given the land. And on the seafront, very beautiful one resort will come there. And of course, we have also developing a tent city, 5-star tent city, sir. And recently, last month only, our Honorable Union Minister laid the foundation stone. And I'll show the video of that tent city. And then also we are developing we have developed a very good museum, because this part of the country is rich in maritime heritage. Basically, Vio Chidambaram, on whose name this port has been named. As you know, sir, he was one of the, not only a very important freedom fighter of that part, also he was a maritime leader of that region. And he was the first person who had started the steam navigation company. And that was fighting against the might of the British. And this Tuticorin was a harbor which was being used by people to travel to Colombo. And in the pre-independence era, with one ticket, one person was traveling from Madras through the South Indian Railway and using the Tuticorin harbor. And that time, this British India Navigation Company and the Indian Railway, they were under the same government. So the vessel was waiting, and this passenger was boarding there and going to Colombo. And that time, about 5 lakh people were traveling through the harbor. And that time, very luxurious hotels were available at Tuticorin with a per night rate of 25 anna or 3 rupees 25 anna, 3 rupees 50 anna, like that. That cost was because of that past time. So, yeah, so I will show 2 or 3 videos and then I will close this. So sir, these are the facilities that we are developing, so that this, it will, because now shipbuilding is coming there, the foreign people will be there, so we are developing the golf course, we are developing the sports complex, we are developing a very good museum, auditorium, and we are creating the urban facility also. To some extent, we are helping to create some urban facility. So I like to show some small 2-3 videos. And also, sir, we are doing one incubation hub. One incubation hub we are doing, and that will help us developing the startups on the not only in the cargo handling field, but also in the green space, and also in the IT and ML space. So that we are developing, which will be coming in 2-3 months' time. It's a world-class facility that will develop. And this is the Center of Excellence and Incubation Hub that we make. And of course, this is not very important, sir. And this is a case study. IIM Calcutta has done a case study with our port on the green journey of the airport, and they have published in the IB Publishing. So I'll request the students, they may go through this. It is downloadable, sir. We can download this and we can go through this. And of course, we are very active in the social media, and every day the whatever development that happens in our port comes in the social media. And so this is all about this thing, but I would like to show, sir, 1 or 2 videos. The tent city that we are doing, and the museum that we have done. So 2 minutes, 3 minutes video are there. So it will be a matter of interest to our students. So this is the tent city that we are doing. Just after this, I will.
On the southeastern edge of India lies Toothukudi.
This Toothukudi is called Toothukudi. Please.
And today, shaping the future of green maritime growth. As the port leads with sustainable and forward-looking practices, the coastline is envisioned as an extension of that ethos. Responsible, regenerative, and deeply rooted in place. This vision takes form as Toothukudi Tent City, Korakai Retreat. Set along the coast near the port, Korakai Retreat is a low-impact, eco-conscious destination that reimagines outdoor luxury through restraint and respect for nature. Planned as a light footprint development, the retreat brings together luxurious tents, modern amenities, and nature-integrated living without permanent construction along the shore. Guided by zero-waste principles, Korakai champions sustainable practices not as an initiative, but as a way of life. Experiences here are carefully curated, where camping, adventure, and wellness converge. Mornings shaped by open skies and the sea. Days balanced between nature, leisure, and exploration. Evenings anchored in calm, culture, and coastal rhythm. A curated food journey celebrates local produce and coastal flavors. Art and culture deepen connection. Nature becomes therapeutic, not ornamental. Beyond the stay, Korakai Retreat strengthens the local ecosystem, empowering small businesses, artisans, and farmers through local sourcing and craft-based engagement. Envisioned as a pilot for maritime-led ecotourism, Korakai Retreat demonstrates how historic port cities can evolve into sustainable, tourism-forward coastlines. A vision of sustainable luxury, a model of cultural immersion, a future-ready retreat for a future-ready port city.
Sir, here actually there will be conference hall, and so that people, we can stay and have meeting also and get together, and also it will be a cultural, people can come with family and enjoy. And one more small video, sir, that is we have made a museum in our port, which was inaugurated by our Honorable Minister last week, in the last week of February. So let's just a glimpse of that. Actually this I am showing.
And the sea begins. The story of India's maritime lens. Where waves once carried the wisdom of Amarnakan, a new world begins. Step aboard the vessel of time. Every surface alive with light, decoding scripts, coins, and voices of the Sangamage. Touch the coast, set sail with a gesture, and watch ports like Nagapattinam and Kaviripattinam. Here lie the witness of an age, coins, seals, and scripts that once traveled farther than any empire. From the depths of the Gulf of Mannar, hands of the Paravar fishers drew light from the sea. Pearls born of patience and faith. Through waves of image and motion, their stories glow on these walls, where ancient divers rise again in digital form. Carved from timber, bound by coil, and driven by wind, these vessels carry the dreams of a coast across the seas. before compasses or satellites, sailors read the sea through the stars, winds, and tides. Through this holocaust, Pillai speaks again, the lawyer who dared to outsail an empire. His Swadeshi steam navigation became more than a company. It was freedom cast in steel. Faith turned into motion, and the ocean itself became India's tricolor dream. Step into a gallery where technology becomes time and memory becomes motion. Around you, hand-sculpted dioramas trace Tuticorin's journey. Its bird divers, traders, and dreamers. When the show begins, sensors dim the room, glass panels tint to match the wall, and high-definition projectors ignite the story. Guiding ships and stories along the Coromandel coast. Each model here is a true-to-scale replica of Tamil Nadu's lighthouse. In this gallery, the ocean speaks the language of technology. At the kiosk, explore the digital evolution of container ships, from timber hulls to sensor-synced giants tracked in real time. Beyond these waters stand a force that never sleeps. Put on the VR headset and step into their world. Patrol the trade corridors, collect marine data, rescue lives from storm-tossed seas, and many more. Around you, the curved LED wall brings their mission alive. Step into the future of India's maritime world, where AI officers guide your career path and interactive booths let you picture yourself as tomorrow's maritime professional.
So, thank you, sir. And sir, I will request to kindly visit our port because we are located in a very far place and we get very less visitors. So, I'll request sir to kindly visit our port and we'll host you, sir. And this tent will come in another 2 months' time. Will you ready? So, will be hosting if sir, if any GSV students also come, will you host? And we are developing the incubation center. We are working on 3 prongs strategy. We are ramping up, we are improving ourselves on our core business, that is cargo handling. We are ramping up capacity. We are working on green space because sustainability has to be followed. And also, we are working on the AI and IT side to make ourselves continuously relevant to the trade that we serve. So, sir, with this, I thank once again to our Vice Chancellor, sir, for giving me this opportunity. Please visit our port and then we interact furthermore. Thank you, sir. Sorry.
We are grateful for the practical wisdom you have shared today. A huge thank you to you, sir, for joining us at Epitome 2026 and inspiring the next generation of engineers here at Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya. To express our sincere appreciation for their presence and invaluable contributions to their respective fields, I request our Hon'ble Vice Chancellor, sir, to kindly facilitate our guests with a memento. Now I request Shri Vijay Kumar Singh to come forward and accept the memento. Now I request Dr. Sanjiv Ranjan to come forward and accept the memento. Now I request Shri Susanto Kumar Purohit to come forward and accept the memento. Your words have inspired and guided us today. As a gesture to our heartfelt thanks, we request you to kindly accept this memento. We have covered a lot of ground this morning, and I'm sure you are ready for a mental reset. We are now taking a break for tea. We will reconvene shortly to our next session at 12:50. Enjoy your break.
Ladies and gentlemen, please occupy the seats. We'll be beginning shortly. Science is organized knowledge. Wisdom is organized life. Good afternoon, everyone. We welcome you back after the tea break. We hope you had a refreshing pause and some engaging conversations. The first day, the first half of the day set an inspiring tone for the annual Tech Fest at Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, bringing together brilliant minds from academia and industry to exchange ideas that drive innovation and technological advancement. We now move forward to our next distinguished speaker, Dr. Ashish Verma, Professor of Transportation Systems Engineering in the Department of Civil Engineering at IISc Bangalore. Professor Verma completed his PhD from IIT Bombay and currently serves as the convener of Sustainable Transportation Lab in IISc Bangalore, where his work focuses on sustainable transportation planning, transport policy, improving urban livability and quality of life. Before joining IISc, Professor Verma also served at IIT Guwahati and the Mumbai Metropolitan Region Development Authority, gaining experience in both academic and real-world transportation planning. He is also the founding and immediate past president of TRG, contributing significantly to the transportation research community. With more than 300 publications, along with the patent and software copyright, Professor Verma has made remarkable contributions to the field of transportation systems and sustainable mobility. He is also the founding editor-in-chief of the journal Sustainable Transport and Livability. In addition to this, he has played key leadership roles internationally, serving as the founding president of International Group on Sustainable Transport and Livability, and currently serves as the vice president of Institute of Urban Transport India. We are honored to have him here with us today. Please join us in welcoming Professor Ashish Verma.
Do you have the pointer? So this is a pointer, this is forward, and this is backward. Yes.
Thank you for the nice introduction. It's my pleasure to be here in this university. In fact, this is my first visit to Baroda and of course to Gati Shakti University, and I'm very honored and pleased to be here. Thanks to the Vice Chancellor, sir, for giving me the opportunity, and also the colleagues who have been taking care of all the arrangements. So for change, we'll talk about urban transport. We have seen a lot about shipping, containers, railways, etc. In my talk, we'll touch upon urban mobility, and the title I chose was the vision for sustainable urban mobility and livability during Amrit Kal towards Viksit Bharat 2047. इसमें pointer भी है क्या? The first one is pointer. Huh? Okay. Anyway. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So I want to start with first saying, and cautioning that urban mobility, when we talk about, is actually a classic domain of complexity science. For the simple reason that the factors and things that influence urban mobility and shapes its behavior, and also when you are talking about sustainable urban mobility, and when you connect it to development goals like climate impact, quality of life, equity, accessibility, and several aspects which are closely connected to mobility, we are really talking about a complex system. And every year to my students, I keep explaining them that how dealing this urban mobility is actually more complex than even rocket science. So that's something that I really want to say before I begin. The other thing is I have loaded this title with 2 words which have been used quite substantially in this event already, Amrit Kal and Viksit Bharat @2047. And most of the speakers have touched upon it. But I just really want to understand, because there are a lot of students here, what do we actually mean by this Amrit Kal and Viksit Bharat 2047? Can just somebody explain me? Really want to ask the students, what is Amrit Kal? Can somebody just stand out and speak? Maybe I'll come closer to the students. What is Amrit Kal? Because you have heard this term several times already. Can somebody tell me? Okay, so why it is called Amrit Kal? What significance it has? Prime Minister coined this term. We are in developing phase. So what Amrit Kal means?
Sir, we get a chance to improve ourselves, to make the betterment for our...
Can you switch on this? Yeah.
So we got the chance to make our country betterment of our country.
So betterment means what? What is that we are trying to achieve during Amrit Kal? Till what year it is?
2047.
Okay, so what do we want to achieve by 2047?
Sir, as per our PM vision, Gati Shakti Yojana, we have a lot of vision and missions to achieve, like sustainable goals, as you told, Viksit Bharat, that includes...
So, okay, so what is Viksit Bharat @2047? Come on, students. Yeah, please, ma'am.
Currently, we are developing nation, but our aim is by 2047 to become a developed nation.
A developed nation, essentially developed economy. Correct. Currently, we are a developing economy. We want to become a developed economy. So by the time we reach 2047, automatically will become Viksit Bharat? Or is there something needs to be done? A lot needs to be done. So when will India be qualified to be called as a developed economy in quantitative terms? Can you give the...
When we can better utilize our human potential and make
give me
better...
in a clear quantitative terms, when we are eligible to be called as a developed economy. Currently, for example, there is a definition or category of UN, which countries come under developed economy, which comes under. So when do we transition? What makes us transition from a developing economy to a developed economy?
Better roadmap of cities, better transportation, better facilities.
No, you're still not getting to it. Okay, that's good. Higher GDP per capita. How much? What is the current GDP per capita of India? Which is actually like annual average income per capita. How much is the current level? And by 2047, how much we have to increase? Can anybody tell me? What you said is correct. But do we know where we are currently and how much we have to achieve by 2047? As I said, automatically, as we touch 2047, will not become Viksit Bharat and will declare ourselves as Viksit Bharat, correct? So what is that value today and what is that we are trying to raise it to?
Currently it is around 2200. We have to...
In terms of
dollars.
US dollars.
Yes.
In terms of US dollars per capita. How much we should increase to be called as a developed economy? If you don't know this, then what is Viksit Bharat that 2047 we are talking about? And this period, next 25 years, myself and the colleagues sitting in the front will all fizzle out, isn't it? We'll all fizzle out. It's actually in all of your hand what this vision of Viksit Bharat 2047 that we have to achieve. So to make it simple and quick, from current roughly 2,500 or 2,600 US dollars per capita, we have to reach to at least 18,000 to 20,000 US dollars per capita in less than 25 years. So that means you have to increase your per capita GDP or per capita income by almost 10 times in next 25 years to be even eligible to be called as Viksit Bharat, a developed economy. So please keep this in mind when we talk about Viksit Bharat or when we talk about Amrit Kal. And why especially for you students? Because you will be in the workforce. You will be in a position where you will have to deliver this if you really feel that we should deliver this. It will not happen automatically. At the same time, whatever improvements we are doing in our sectors, we talked about all sectors of transport, how do we connect it to how much of GDP per capita improvement it will contribute to? Unless we don't understand that, we are simply hitting in air and shooting in air. Yeah. Now I'll try to relate this whole Amrit Kal period to urban mobility and what vision we should have for sustainable urban mobility and livable Indian cities during this Amrit Kal period. Yeah. So before I go to that, just in one slide, I want to give an impression about what my research lab does. So, I call it as ISC Sustainable Transportation Lab. Our focus is on more challenging transportation issues that we see in India and other developing economies, with a strong focus on systems approach and linkage to development goals. So when I say more complex and challenges issues of transportation in India or other developing economies, as an example, if you were to characterize the traffic in a developed economy, you can call it as homogeneous lane-based system because you mostly have predominantly cars and they follow lane system. Whereas our kind of traffic, we technically call it as heterogeneous disordered traffic for the simple reason that we have varieties of different types and nature of vehicles interacting in the same right of way with different static and dynamic characteristics and not following lane system. So it becomes a heterogeneous disordered traffic. Now, of course, developing theories and models to explain the homogeneous lane system has been much easier. Most of the theories of traffic flow have been developed on those kind of traffic. What we have been trying to do in our research lab is to develop a better understanding and model better our kind of traffic situations which are heterogeneous disordered traffic, and then try to use it to improve our situation in a more effective way. So this is one example. Likewise, you can see a bouquet of topics here, whether it is sustainable transport planning and policy, how do you integrate public transport and active modes like walk and cycling, how do you integrate and understand transport's contribution to quality of life, how do you understand transport impact on climate change, how do you build better disaster resilient transport system and disaster resilient cities, and a heavy use of quantitative approach, whether it is mathematical modeling, classic engineering optimization problems. A lot of these transportation problems are classic engineering optimization problems. Even in railway and ports and shipping, a lot of presentation where we saw where you really need to optimize resources. A lot of speakers talked about the potential of containerization to decrease pilferage. A lot of these problems can actually become classic engineering optimization problems. And we also use a lot of macro and micro simulation models to basically model and then see what solutions we bring on the table. At the same time, when we are dealing with policy and planning, we also look at the travel behavior analysis, how people choose their travel, the choice for modes, etc., and how we can model it and use it to nudge the behavior of people. For example, there is a growing push in our cities to promote or encourage more and more use of public transport, more and more use of walking and cycling. Now, how do we do that with better understanding of how people make travel choices and how are their travel behavior. Likewise, a lot of our work has happened on pedestrian and crowd flow modeling. We have actually extensively researched on Kumbh Mela, on crowd dynamics and how we make crowd events safer. That's a different thread of work we have done. At the same time, a lot of work we have done on driver behavior and road safety, and especially vulnerable road users, which are two-wheelerists, pedestrians and cyclists, and their fatalities, and how do we model it and use it to improve and reduce fatalities for vulnerable road users. Even understanding transport contribution to UN SDGs. We keep talking about UN SDGs, but where are the quantifiable frameworks for us to assess the contribution of different sectors to specific SDGs, and how do we measure them? These are a lot of measurable matrices to sustainability, to livability, to disaster resilience, to UN SDGs that we have developed in our research lab. And also, of course, on traffic control and management and other aspects of urban form and land use. And often, there are qualitative aspects also, in fact, governance of urban transport. Now, one would argue that, I being in ISA Bangalore and having expertise in urban mobility, why Bangalore is among the worst traffic congested cities, why your solutions are not getting implemented there. So there is a lot to do with governance of urban transport, which we have tried understanding. And over last few years, I have been trying to pitch for certain fundamental reforms on how we handle urban transport, so that the scientific solutions are used and effectively used to create more sustainable and livable cities. And I'll talk about some of those reforms that I have been proposing earlier as well. At the same time, there are other qualitative aspects like behavior, attitude, perception, etc. For example, when you promote cycling, there are also issues of behavior and perception of using cycling, and how much we can understand them, how we can shape them to encourage better use of cycling. Cyclists have become rare species in most of our Indian cities, where 2-3 decades back, there used to be so many cyclists, and it obviously has a strong positive impact on public health, reduction of our health cost, and so on. But how do we bring it back? So often we use a mix of approaches, quantitative and qualitative, to address this. So that's in a nutshell about my research lab. Now, talking about Indian cities, and I have been presenting this, that for last few decades, what we are caught is a vicious circle of congestion. Most of the Indian cities are currently caught in a vicious circle of congestion. And it started in early 1990s with the economic reforms that happened right from the time that P.V. Narasimha Rao was the Prime Minister. And since then, we have seen an exponential growth in the income of large middle class in our country. And that lead to a sudden increase, an exponential increase in car ownership. Because, being wealthy, society has always seen car ownership as a symbol of wealth or increase in wealth. Even if you live in a small house, but if you have a nice car, you are a wealthy person. This is how it has been seen. Now, what this did to our cities, we suddenly found that the road space is not enough. And the middle class families who always aspired to own and use a car, were finding it difficult, not enjoying their drive and ride, because we are congested, we are frustrated in traffic, driving stress, etc., and so on. So what this has started is a vicious circle of congestion, where we start putting public pressure to our elected representatives, bureaucrats, to please increase road capacity, so that cars can be accommodated more, and this whole aspirational aspect can be satisfied well. By the way, I'll also talk about why tagging car ownership to aspirational aspect of India is actually misleading and is not the correct way to look at the Indians' aspiration, and we'll talk about it. So because of this public pressure, what we have seen last 2 to 3 decades of predominant intervention in improving urban transport is the more and more addition of road infrastructure capacity, whether it is widening roads everywhere, constructing flyovers, underpasses. There are new craze of tunnel roads, elevated corridors. Now we are also fancying with double-decker roads, where one deck is road, another deck is metro. So this whole craze about adding more and more road capacity what this has done is, yes, when you add more road capacity, the movement by personal car becomes easier. But what you see is a huge urban sprawl of our cities. So you see any of our Indian cities, how much they have horizontally grown. One of the reasons is that we have created these fastest ways to travel, and because of which now you are living much farther, but still traveling around in the same time to satisfy your daily activities and needs. But what this has created is a situation where cities are, expanding beyond its capacity, and this is also increasing the average number of trips and the length of trips. And I'll also talk about car ownership, which is still at a much nascent level in our situation. So what we get is, in no time, we see that the traffic congestion and delay is back. And then we ask more road capacity. So this is how our Indian cities are currently trapped in a vicious circle of congestion. How do we come out of this vicious circle of congestion? So when we see that people are getting wealthier and they have a lot of money, what can we do to bring policies to discourage car ownership? Many times I really get a lot of counter arguments when I present these kind of policies and ideas, but this is the reality if we really want to see a vision for a sustainable and livable Indian cities. And there are my examples around the world. You will see how they have brought policies to discourage car ownership. At the same time, we also need policies to discourage the miles traveled on cars, on personal vehicles, because everything that you are traveling extra or extra distance has energy consumption. And today, there cannot be a better time to understand the importance of energy when we are really facing the war and the shortage of energy because of the war. So why create a transport system or a system that becomes more and more energy intensive, makes us more dependent on energy? Today, when we are facing such challenge, you think about a country like Netherlands, where 50-60% trips in a day happens on cycling. They don't get affected anything. Even their cargo moves on cycle, the urban logistics, etc. Yeah. So these are thoughts that we have to keep in mind. How do we also make our economy resilient to these kind of external, disturbances? Likewise, infuse more infrastructure for sustainable transport, increase the infrastructure and network for MRTS systems, for metros, urban rail systems, light rail systems, increase the network of bus priority lanes, make the walking and cycling infrastructure better, and also prioritize them and prioritize their movement so that using these modes become more and more attractive. Because today it's impossible to think that we can leave our car and start using public transport, and one would complain, oh, it's so far, one bus comes every 20 minutes or so, footpaths are non-existent, we can't walk. Yes, all that is fine, but how do you make it attractive so that people start using them? At the same time, we also need to think about these mixed land use strategies. If you live closer to where you work or go to school or go for education, it's easy for you to adopt sustainable modes and not depend upon a motorized vehicle for your commute. Likewise, so these are ways in which we can come out of the vicious circle of congestion. Now, the larger question I'll ask is, and since we have been talking about this whole Amritkal period also, how much do we understand the difference between standard of living and quality of life? Is it same or is it different? Do the students have any idea? Do you think standard of living and quality of life are same? And how do we connect it to sustainable urban mobility? Yes.
Standard of living really corresponds to the basic minimal requirements, whereas quality of life corresponds to how we live it and how luxurious we can be. Again, luxurious does not mean like spending money and all, but living a very comfortable kind of life.
Any other reflection on the difference between standard of living and quality of life? You're quite there, but not exactly there. Anyone else among students? So I'll give you an example. I'm coming from Bangalore. So Bangalore is treated as city of techies. Yeah, we have so much of workforce in IT who are well paid. Yeah, husband, wife, both working in different organizations. They have very good income source and disposable income. Each one of them would have their own access to car. Yeah, each household member will have access to car. But if daily and every day they are stuck in traffic for hours, losing their productivity, yeah, stressing their life, impacting their well-being, or their children stuck for hours in school buses to go and come back from school, what is the quality of life they have? Does it really make a good quality of life? They have a standard of living, but they don't have quality of life. Likewise, you talk about Delhi. There are so many rich people who have very good standard of living. They have good access to income and wealth. But at times when you are inhaling almost cigarette quality air purifier becoming a household thing in a city like Delhi, does this really give them a good quality of life? So there is a difference between standard of living and quality of life. So it's not about minimum requirements, it's about what is the environment in which you live, how good it is for your well-being and so on. And so the point is, now how do we connect this to urban mobility and sustainable urban mobility? And the important question is that as we are navigating this Amrit Kal towards Viksit Bharat 2047, should we aim one or both? Is the larger question. That yes, you want to become a developed economy, but should we also increase and improve our quality of life or not? Or should we just let it go? That's the larger question. Yeah. So, taking the clue from that, there's an important graph I want to show because it gives you an understanding of our context and the global context. What I'm showing here is the relationship between the GDP per capita in US dollar terms of different countries versus cars owned per thousand population. Cars owned per thousand population. Now you'll see some flags here, which are the rich economies, the developed economies already, which is US, Australia, Japan, Germany. And you see some flags here, which are BRIC countries essentially, Brazil, Russia, India and China. Yeah. Now what you see is that historically the economies which are saturated, which are already developed, when they were growing in their per capita income or per capita GDP, or in other words, when they were increasing their standard of living, they have seen this kind of S-curve correlation with cars owned per thousand population. And S-curve means there is a middle portion of steep growth. Okay, and after that it saturates. And that middle portion of steep growth was observed in these OECD or rich countries roughly between $5,000 per capita to $20,000 per capita. So when these countries have passed through this phase, this is when they have seen the steepest growth of car ownership. Okay, and then they have saturated at anywhere between 600 to 800 cars per thousand population. Okay, now I want to ask again students, how much is our current cars owned per thousand population? Do you have any idea of figure? US is around almost 800 to 900 cars per thousand population, which is where they have saturated. Do we have idea how much we have currently on an average for the country? Hardly 30 cars per thousand population. Okay, what is our current GDP per capita? As we were discussing, roughly around 2,500 to 2,600 $US per capita. And where US is currently? Almost 65,000 $US per capita. A country like Switzerland, Singapore, they are at 80 to 84,000 $US per capita. There is a huge gap where they are currently and where we are currently. Now, our Amrit Kal dream basically is about transitioning in this same roughly period. As I said, if we really want to be eligible to be called as developed economy, we have to reach at least 18,000 to 20,000 US dollars per capita. So what we are essentially talking about is India transitioning through this steep growth period which has been historically observed in other countries. Now you already know the extent of traffic problems that we already have in our cities. Even if I talk about car ownership specifically in big cities, Delhi would be around 200 cars per 1,000 population. Bangalore is about 165 cars per 1,000 population. We are nowhere closer to the saturation levels that these countries have observed and reached. So does this mean that in this Amrit Kal period, we should also reach to those saturation levels? Now imagine the situation and the extent of stress and degradation of quality of life that we'll see on ourselves if we really try to follow the same path of what the developed economies have. So this is really where the fundamental thought process of my vision for next up to 2047 is that what should be our future to transition to a sustainable mobility and quality of life during Amrit Kal. And what I keep saying is that as we increase our standard of living, at the same time, can we decouple car ownership and use from it? So the point is not that we should not become rich. The point is, can we decouple car ownership from standard of living? And this is what there are other countries. This is what Netherlands has done in decoupling the use of car from their standard of living. This is what Singapore has done, where they have decoupled car ownership from their standard of living. They are at 84,000 US dollars per capita currently. An average Singaporean is much more richer than a CEO in our country. But 80% people use public transport there. Car ownership in Singapore is much lower than currently many of the Indian cities. How have they done that? And you look at the livability and quality of life in these countries. This is where really the thought process and future lies of how we should really look at our transition during the Amrit Kal. So that's an important point, and this can be achieved only when we have combination of both push and pull measures. Pull measures are essentially increasing the infrastructure of public transport, walking, cycling and shared mobility so that you provide more and more availability. But at the same time, push measures talked about all measures that would sum together discourage both ownership and use of cars. A combination of that is where you would really see a good standard of living as well as good quality of life through the interventions that we do from mobility. And Vienna is again a wonderful example where almost 40% trips are just on walking and cycling, despite of the fact that they are much more richer. Their per capita GDP, per capita income is much higher than us. Yeah. So I'll quickly move to further. So these are some stats, Bangalore is at 165 cars per 1,000 population. Smaller cities like Indore, Bhopal are at 120 cars per 1,000 population. But you see Singapore, it's hard, just 120 cars per 1,000 population. They have not allowed it to increase for several decades now. They freezed it, okay? Even Vienna, which was a decade back about 400 cars per 1,000 population, is now going down. They are bringing policies to discourage more and more ownership and use of cars. Yeah, I don't know where is Vadodara. You have to think about, maybe it's a small city, it has not come to that level, but you'll fast catch up as we become richer. So we have to see this, how do we think about. Now, even if you look at livability and think about and type for, which are the most livable cities in the world, you'll kind of get this kind of list. Yeah, Vienna being at the top. And if you try to look for why Vienna is the most livable city, the main explanation would come in terms of their mobility choices, which has made Vienna most livable. Yeah. So keep this in mind, and you can compare here their GDP, per capita terms yeah, here the GDP per capita terms, but at the same time the use of public transport and walking, cycling. For example, you see Vienna here, yeah, almost 70% trips happen on public transport and walking and cycling, whereas if you see Indian cities, it's much, much lesser, even when we are much lesser richer than these countries. So there's a lot of thought process we have to have in mind when you think about this. So if I sum up these differences, and which is where I've been trying to, push for some reforms on how we handle urban transport. One is, most of these cities you'll find that the metro corridors are not elevated in core and heritage areas of the city. This is a fundamental difference. You go to London, you see London Tube, you go to Paris, you see Paris Metro, any metro which is extensively used, they are all underground, and which is why London itself is called as London Tube, because it's completely underground. Why in our cities we are creating this ugly structure and destroying the heritage areas of our cities and aesthetics of our cities, by constructing. This is one food for thought. And you'll not find, flyovers in the core areas of the city. Many of you would have been to London, and next time when you go to London, try to count how many flyovers you'll see in the core area of London. Hardly any. Yeah, they have not allowed their livability and quality of life to degrade while they are trying to do development and bring new interventions in their city. Likewise, you would find that all these cities which have good public transport and livability, they will have dedicated regional bodies like Transport for London, Singapore Land Transport Authority, etc., which runs everything from transport planning to public transport services and even handling traffic management under one umbrella organization. For these all functions, we will have at least 5, 6, 10 organizations in a city handling them in a fragmented and isolated manner without having any integration among them. And all these cities have good complementary push measures, which are almost completely missing in our Indian cities. There are also a very good abundance of complementary walking infrastructure to support a seamless connectivity to metro systems. Even in Delhi today, when I go, it's difficult for me to use metro because I can't drag my bag even for 500 meters and walk and reach a nearby metro station. Whereas in Vienna I can do it, in London I can do it, in Paris I can do it, but I cannot do it here. Yeah. Likewise, traffic management is handled by regional bodies. You'd find a very rare situation or almost nil situation where general police actually handles traffic management. This is a big fundamental misalignment of what organization should handle traffic management. With respect to traffic law enforcement is different and traffic management is different. Traffic management is an extremely technical and complex subject which requires a dedicated body to handle it, to holistically take care of it. And I have also been pushing for a dedicated urban transport service cadre to basically allow people with right skills and background coming into urban local bodies and handling functions of transport planning as well as traffic management. There's also excellent use of technology. I can actually use my credit card directly while using public transport in places like Netherlands or Singapore and other places where I just tap in and tap out using my credit card and I can just use the public transport. That's the level of seamlessness. And extremely high penalties for traffic law violation that acts as a credible deterrent. I've given some of these interventions in the pre-budget consultation this time at the highest level to Finance Minister as well as to Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, and some of these reforms are at some or the other stages of consideration. I'll quickly move forward in the interest of the time. This is a typical urban transport planning process which actually one should follow before you arrive at where and how much you should increase road capacity and where and what kind of public transport system you should put. And there is a lot of mathematical modeling in terms of macro simulation models that we actually develop to try and test different alternatives and have holistic objectives and standards to evaluate them. What is really happening in our cities is that this whole process currently most of the time is being bypassed. Our agencies are directly deciding projects without doing a thorough alternative analysis and evaluating them and jumping into its implementation by creating detailed project report, DPR. So there is a issue of bypassing this mandatory process as part of the planning. So what you really need is in our cities today is to move away from this congestion based or hotspot based transport planning where you calculate volume to capacity ratio on each and every road link and then try to decongest them by either widening the road or suggesting flyovers or underpasses. It is no more sustainable nor it is contributing to livability. What we really need is as a fundamental approach to reduce number of motorized vehicles, also reduce total motorized vehicle kilometers traveled, and also fix India's energy mix to renewable sources. So in these three fundamental strategies is what lies our future for sustainable transport and livability. And you need these kind of bundle of strategies to really attain this sustainable future where not only you are investing in improving public transport and walking cycling infrastructure, but you are also introducing things like congestion pricing, car restricted roads, etc., to bring that balance of push and pull measures. And what we learned from pandemic is the policies of work from home or online shopping, e-commerce, etc., as a way to reduce our demand for trips. If we imbibe them in a proper way, we'll be able to better use our existing infrastructure and not keep adding them. So this actually motivated me to start this journal also, Sustainable Transport and Livability, that basically focuses on bringing better case studies and knowledge about these connections between transport and livability and quality of life. And we are trying to better this understanding by bringing evidences from across the world. And this journal is trying to understand and put forth all these questions. For example, how transport affects your physical, mental, economic, social well-being, how transport makes your society and individuals healthier and happier, how it improves equity and social justice, affordability, accessibility, and also improving disaster resilience. We have also started a World Symposium series on this. We did the first one in Bangalore, and the next one we are going to do next year from 30th March to 2nd April in Vienna. And every 2 years this will go to different part of the world, and the third one will happen in London. Those who really feel interested in studying these linkages between transport and mobility should look for these kind of events and the journal that I just talked about. We have also initiated and started this international society called International Group on Sustainable Transport and Livability. So I'll end by just talking about the city economic regions. This was announced in the budget this time, that Government of India would develop from Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, certain cities as city economic regions. And there was a post-budget webinar that Mahua did to initiate implementation of this, and I was asked to make a presentation of how we should really look at these city economic regions. And I emphasized on the point that when you develop these city economic regions, it should be evaluated and understood through thorough KPIs on aspects of sustainability, livability, resilience, and equity. And we have tried proposing a very extensive framework of how we should measure sustainability, how we should measure livability for these city economic regions on several indicators that one can think about, including health impact and accessibility, and how resiliency can be understood and measured for these city economic regions, and also equity aspect, considering both horizontal equity as well as vertical equity. So it's very important that we have a very extensive framework of understanding city economic regions, otherwise we'll see this program to also fail like our smart city program, where at the end, after smart city program, we don't know what we achieved with those 100 smart cities. So we really need a much thorough approach And I have proposed this to Maua to include this as part of developing this city economic regions as we go further. With this, I'll stop here and thank you.
Any questions from the audience or participants? Okay. Thank you, Professor Verma, for that enlightening session. As we continue the program, we now move from the world of academic research to the dynamic landscape of industry innovation. It is our privilege to introduce Shri Andreas Go, the CEO and Managing Director of D-Space India Solutions Private Limited. Sir holds a master's double degree in automotive engineering and business administration from RWTH Aachen University, Germany and Tsinghua University, China. With more than a decade of experience at D-Space in global customer-facing roles, he has played a key role in expanding the organization's presence across emerging markets, particularly during his 5 years driving growth in the Chinese market. Since April 2023, he has been leading the establishment and growth of D-Space India in Bangalore, focusing on strengthening local capabilities in simulation and validation technologies, especially in the domains of software-defined vehicles, electrification, and ADAS autonomous driving, areas that are shaping the future of mobility. We are delighted to have him with us today to share his perspectives from the forefront of industry innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming Shri Andreas Go to the stage. And so this is the forward, backward, and the point.
Yeah.
Forward.
Right. Thank you. Yeah. Good afternoon. Honorable GSV leadership and distinguished speakers and also dear students, it's a big pleasure for me to be here today. I have to admit, when we talked about it 2 or 3 weeks ago, I was a little bit hesitant. Should I spend my weekend at the most busy time of the year, at the end of the financial year? But then now that I'm here, I'm very happy that I'm here because I'm learning so much about India every day. You heard I'm here now for 3 years. And I think today, with the fantastic presentations, I probably learned more in 1.5 day than usually I learn over several weeks. So I'm very happy to be here and also learn so much about the different areas of transportation, mobility, and so on. I will today talk on a more focused area. So we talked about a lot of high-level topics. I will focus down on a specific aspect from a industry perspective. I was asked to bring in a little bit the perspective of the industry, how we see mobility, how we see technology within mobility. I will talk specifically about development and validation methods and technology for embedded software and how they can be applied for different use cases within transportation and mobility. I don't have anything in the slide set about D-Space as a company, so just a few words in the introduction part for those of you who don't know it. Why are we qualified to talk about it? So D-Space is a global leader for providing tools to validate and develop embedded software. Embedded software is everywhere in all systems that are moving. Sometimes they are more visible, sometimes they are less visible. But software is really taking over the world, and they are taking over every technology that you touch. D-Space is mostly rooted in the automotive industry. Also, being a German company, you have seen the ratios of car ownership. That's where we are coming from. Where also, software and electronics have exploded over the past decades. But we are also very active in any other system that moves, drives, flies, drives on water. Everywhere where you have embedded software within any kind of system that moves, that's where we are active. And that's where I want to talk a little bit generally about what are some of the development methods that we see in the industry, then give you a few examples. Obviously, I cannot go into much detail in a 20-minute talk. I would also like to invite all of the students to join the workshop that my colleagues will hold here at the university on Wednesday, where we will really deep dive over an entire day, where you can really ask your questions in much more detail than we can do it in a setting like this. So first I want to talk about model-based development. What is it? Why does it matter? If you have not heard about model-based development yet, probably a lot of the professors know it, they might now get a little bit bored, but I wanted to give a little bit of background what it is. So when we talk about model-based development, it means that we really model everything about the system to most efficiently develop the control algorithms that control the system. So you are developing a control algorithm, but you also model the algorithm. You model the system dynamics. You model all the interfaces. You model the environment around it. And that gives you a lot of possibilities during the development lifecycle of, at the end of the day, you want to develop the control algorithm, and you can use this methodology to do it much faster and more efficiently. So what does it mean to do something as a model? Model means in this context that something is executable. So you can run simulations, you can do prototyping, you can generate software code out of it that goes into your embedded devices. And that enables what is called the V cycle or the V model that I put here on the slide, which is very established in the automotive industry, but also in many other industries, to start on a high level from your requirements, slowly go down the details of your system design, and then come up in the validation phases from a small subsystem to a complete system in your testing and validation area. Why does it matter? What gets improved by doing model-based development? So I took this graphic from the MathWorks, who you might know from MATLAB Simulink environment, who have here pictured how model usage and code generation enables different use cases and advantages. So on the x-axis, you see how the code gets generated. So do you even have executable software code? Is it software code that just runs on a normal computer, or is it really the code that goes onto the embedded device? And then on the y-axis, you have the complexity of the models. And you can see that the more complex your models get, the more you can do in terms of testing higher levels of system integration. So if you just look at your individual algorithm, you want to control something, you can very easily at the beginning try out new ideas with much less manual steps. And then when you slowly go up the complexity level, you can then use these techniques to do validation very early, find your errors early, do bug fixing. And on an industrial scale, this enables also that you have continuous workflows. So you might have heard, especially from a software development world, things like continuous integration, continuous development, continuous testing. So those are terms to automate entire workflows and increase the efficiency. That matters a lot in the industry because our cycles of coming up with new products are getting shorter and shorter every day. You know it from a smartphone. A new smartphone model will come out every half year or so. Car models nowadays come out every 2 years maybe. And it used to be that you had 5 or even 10 years time to develop a new vehicle. And that's something no longer accepted by the market. The consumers want to have innovation faster, and you need to think about how to deliver on these expectations. Now I want to give some specific examples of the different steps within the V model and within model-based development and what they are used for. The first one I want to talk about is rapid prototyping. Rapid prototyping means that you develop your controller, and because it's a controller model, you can quickly connect it to the plant that you are controlling and try out what you are developing. So in this example, your plant is simply an electric motor it doesn't really matter what you are now trying to do. Maybe you want to have a more innovative way to control the motor itself, or maybe you are using the motor to do something different that you are doing. The point here is now that you don't need to worry about the way how to control the electric motor. You use a rapid prototyping platform where you can quickly connect your algorithms, and you can quickly try out the next iteration, the next version of your control software that you want to do. And in this way, you can really iterate through your ideas and through your innovations in a very early stage, even as early where you don't have the final controller hardware. Especially if we talk about industries like aerospace, the actual controllers that go into an airplane go through very tedious certification processes. You cannot just put some hardware into an airplane easily. So when you have a new idea and you want to try it out, you might not even know how the final target platform might look like. Then I want to talk about some of the testing and validation methods that are enabled also by model-based design. So we have what we call software in the loop and hardware in the loop testing. And those are purely virtual development and validation environments. So in a software in the loop environment, everything that you have is virtual. Your controller is virtual, and your environment, your system is virtual. And then in the next step, in a hardware in the loop environment, your controller is the real controller as you would later use it, but you still connect it to a virtual environment. When we talk about software in the loop, the question is, how do you virtualize your controller? There are different degrees of virtualization. So you can just take the algorithm itself. Then we would not really call it software in the loop. We would just call it model in the loop. But at some point when we talk about industrial controllers, there's much more to it than just the algorithm itself. There are communication interfaces, there are real-time systems, and those also can be virtualized so that your controller behaves really like in the real system. Yeah, and what this enables is, again, that you can do testing much earlier. You can find your errors much earlier, but you can also do a lot of testing that are difficult in the real world. If you think about safety critical tests, how is my controller behaving in a scenario which is dangerous, where it should transition into some state that is secure. If you want to do a real test on a vehicle, on a car, on an airplane, you cannot really do this kind of test, at least not in a large quantity. Of course, you can do some real testing where you go into dangerous situations, but if you get close to the risk of crashing, yeah, how do you do that in a real vehicle? So that's where for functional safety testing, this really is essential across many industries. Yeah, as I already said, what are the advantages of hardware in the loop testing? So you can test much earlier. You can find the bugs and the issues in your system in a very early stage. It's a lot more cost efficient because you don't need the real vehicle. You can test safety critical applications. And at the end of the day, it makes you much faster overall. Often we get asked, okay, when do I do hill testing? When do I do sill testing? What are the advantages, disadvantages? That can be confusing because there is a certain overlap to it. To simplify it, you would use a hardware in the loop system whenever you really want to test the real hardware. So when you want to do the integration testing of hardware and software, and you want to check how is the deterministic real-time behavior of your system. Then you would usually use a hardware in the loop system. Also certain failure cases you can only reliably reproduce in this case. So how about electrical failures? You have a shortage of one of the real physical signals. You have an electric motor and a battery, and you have some shortage on the high voltage system. How does my controller behave? So these kinds of safety critical tests you can do in the hardware in the loop environment. And then in the software in the loop environment, you should do everything else because it's the much more cost efficient test method. So especially when you do pure software-software integration, that's what you want to do as early as possible in a virtual environment. All right, this is more about the theory about it, the methodologies, and again, I would invite you to join our workshop on Wednesday, where we can really deep dive on these methods. What I want to show now is 3 examples from the industry to give you a little bit more of a feeling, what does that actually mean in real life examples. So the first one that I want to talk about is rapid prototyping for a marine application. So that was a project that happened in Germany in a consortium of a port operator, a sensor supplier, research institutes, and where we supplied some of the toolings. What they did in this research project is that they developed a park assist system for ships in a port environment. You can compare it to the park assist system that you might know from a car, where you have some sensors that tell you when you get too close to an obstacle, that give you a warning and guidance to maneuver within a very confined environment safely without crashing. We provided here the rapid prototyping environment. So we have a software tooling called RT-Maps, which, by the way, is free of charge for students, for research, for education, for any non-commercial use. You're invited to just contact us. You will get it free of charge. And this tooling enables to connect different sensors from different environments and to develop the algorithm directly in this environment. And then, they deployed it on regular industrial PCs, and they used this to quickly try out their ideas. The overall idea here was that how about we put sensors on the shore as part of the port infrastructure. So in a car, you might know parking sensors, they are integrated into the vehicle. Obviously they have to, because you might park in many different locations. But in a marine and port application, ships, especially big freight ships, they don't park everywhere. They park in the port, right? So how about we put the sensors into the port infrastructure? We have the sensor processing also onshore, and then we just submit the resulting information to the operators of the ship. So they don't need any expensive equipment on the boat itself. They can just use a normal tablet and get all the information streamed to them, but they get all the assist from the sensors that are installed around the harbor. So they use some LiDAR sensors that were also optimized for this application, being able to deal with longer distances and being able to detect especially the objects on water. They also integrated this with the guidance systems that they already had, the communication system that they had, and then the operator of the ship would get a 3D overview of the harbor, where is he related to other objects, and would get assistance while docking on the harbor side. And you see on the bottom right side, you can see how the development environment looks like. So it's a graphical model-based environment where you have an easy way to have a flow chart of the information. If you're familiar with Simulink, it's quite similar than that, where you import the sensor information. You can also in real time visualize them. So you see the stream of the camera. On the top right, you can see the 3D LiDAR point cloud. And all of that would be processed to give the guidance to the operator of the ship. Then the next example that I wanted to share is for hardware-in-the-loop simulation from a railway application. So again, this is in Europe with the company ABB, who provides components to high-speed rails. But we also have similar use cases with Alstom also here in India, which unfortunately I can't show you. A lot of things in the industry are under NDA. ABB was so kind to publish a public magazine article about it, so I can freely talk about what they did. But it's really nothing special. It's, I would say it's a bread and butter application in the industry for hardware in the loop. So they had what they wanted to test were the auxiliary converters and onboard power supplies, so a lot of power electronics that are controlled by embedded software, which they wanted to test for different configurations and for different operating points. So we then used the hardware in the loop simulator with FPGA technology to run a whole simulation of the train. FPGA was necessary here because they are enabling very fast sample times in the simulation. When we talk about power electronics, switching frequencies can be very high, so also your sample size of your simulation must be very small. And you can't do this with a normal CPU technology. You need special FPGA hardware and special models for that. Also the way how they did the modeling was quite interesting. They were able to use circuit diagrams to model. So you might know this from power systems, simulation tooling, where you can really draw your circuit diagrams, how you would do it in a normal classroom environment, or when you design electrical systems. That's not a typical way how you model dynamic systems on a computer, at least not for real-time applications. So it was quite interesting that they were able to model based on circuit diagrams, get the code generated automatically, and then run this on the FPGAs. And in this way, they could test a lot of use cases and behaviors in a laboratory environment. They were also able to fine-tune their controller before they even had access to a real vehicle. So before they had this technology, they would need to wait until the first prototype trains are available. Then they could do the final tuning of the software, and this way they could do it much earlier in a virtual environment. Yeah, and then the last example that I have is from a completely different industry. This is about robotics. So this is an example that we did in Korea with a state laboratory. So this Korean testing laboratory is doing the certification for all kinds of logistics robots within Korea. That's a very hot topic there. They are trying to apply robots on all kinds of applications. This was a logistic robot for an hospital environment. So to bring material from A to B and just transport material, medicine, and so on. They are using robots, and this institute is authorized to do the certification. So before you are able to really sell robots into the market in Korea, it needs to go through certification for safety, for compatibility, EMC safety, and so on. And they built a complete virtual environment. So this is an example for software in the loop, where the focus was really on how to model the environment in which the robot is operating. And you see some pictures from the simulation where the hospital environment was modeled, but not just in a 3D area, but also with all the physical properties, so that you can have the LiDAR point cloud, how the sensors see the environment. And that's really what puts this apart from all kinds of 3D simulations that you know from gaming and so on. They might look good, but they are not physically accurate. And if you want to test an embedded controller for robotics or for any other kind of system, you need to model in a way how the sensors are really seeing it, so that your control algorithm can make use of these virtualized sensors and can be developed and tested based on that. Yeah, that would be the end of my talk. I just wanted to give you a few examples, and if you have any questions, please let me know. Yeah, please, Professor.
Nice presentation. In your introduction, we were also told about application in ADAS system. Can you just tell what kind of application you've done in ADAS?
So we are doing both the prototyping side, and that's where we are basically using the same software as what we used for the park assist for the boats. We would use the same software to read all kinds of sensors, camera, radar, LiDAR, and so on, and give an environment to develop any kind of autonomous system. So that could be a vehicle, could be a drone, could be a ship, it doesn't really matter. It's all about processing the sensors. And then on the testing side, we are doing the same kind of hardware in the loop and software in the loop environment. The biggest challenge really for autonomous systems is on the one hand to model the environment, that it's physically accurate to what the sensors are seeing. I would say for the automotive area, it's very mature because a lot of players are researching and developing on it. Other areas might be a bit more niche, where there is also more opportunity for students to come up with simulation models or expand on the existing models. The other big challenge for autonomous system, especially in a mixed scenario, if we talk about autonomous driving, usually that's not happening in a closed environment. You are surrounded by normal people who are driving. So there, the big challenge is on also modeling how they behave and how they interact with your system. And that's actually why autonomy is much more advanced in closed environments, logistics in ports, container handling, airport handling, personnel shuttles, and so on in closed environments are working today. But autonomous driving in open field driving, that's the real challenge.
Thank you, sir. Your insights and expertise has given us much to reflect on. May I now request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Manoj Choudhary, to kindly come forward and grace us with his presence for the presentation of mementos to our esteemed dignitaries. As a small token of our gratitude and appreciation for their valuable presence and insightful contributions, we would now like to present mementos to our distinguished guests. May I now request Professor Ashish Verma to please come forward and accept the memento as a token of our sincere appreciation. Finally, I would like to invite Shri Andreas to kindly step forward and receive the memento. I hope you all had a good time. We will be putting this event to a pause for lunch. We will be back here at sharp 3:15 p.m.
આયુ એ નંબર છે. હલો હલો આવે છે હલો હલો ખોલ દો હલો માઇક ચેક.
तेरी पानी की दो बोतल चढ़ा दो ना ऐसे नहीं रुको.
Hello, hello.
Ma'am, you can connect laptop here also. This is the presenter. Okay. Okay. Then this is the forward. This is for backward, and this is the pointer. Start.
Good afternoon, everyone. We warmly welcome you back after the lunch. We hope you had a refreshing pause and some engaging conversations. It is my privilege to introduce Srimati Hil Rajput, an accomplished HR leader with over 2 decades of rich and diverse experience in strategic HR, business partnering, organizational structuring, culture transformation, and capability development. With a master's degree in human resource management and a bachelor's degree in engineering, ma'am has built an influential career working with renowned global organizations such as GE, Alstom, L&T, ABB, and Hitachi Energy. Currently, ma'am serves as the head of people function at APM Terminals P-Power, where ma'am plays a key role in shaping people strategy and fostering a culture of trust, inclusivity, and high performance. Ma'am has received several prestigious awards for HR excellence and DEI transformation and is also a sought-after speaker at professional seminars and academic forums across the Asia-Pacific region. Ma'am is also an executive committee member of the National HRD Network's Baroda chapter and a certified life coach. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming Srimati Hil Rajput. This is forward.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. A very good afternoon to all of you. Good afternoon. The session after the lunch is generally called as the graveyard for the speakers. So it's a tough task given to me now to make you guys awake. How you make it? Will you be awake or should I come to you and again ask questions? How should I do that? Okay, fine then, let me start. So it is a really honor and privilege for me to be over here, invited to the Epitome 26 arranged by Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya. Professor Dr. Choudhary, my esteemed panelists, faculties, and my dear students. Thank you very much, and I'm glad to be over here. So yesterday we had a systemic overview. I was in fact here yesterday and again attended all the sessions. So yesterday we had a fantastic overview, I would say systemic overview of technology, technical know-how, how the overall ecosystem around the Viksit Bharat 2047 vision. So we knew about that, we heard about it. Today morning we had fabulous speakers who talk about maritime sector and how we will progress towards the maritime Amrit Kal vision of 2047. Everything is useless if we do not have one element, and that is people, isn't it? It's just people who make it possible. And when I say people, it is just not about people, it is also about talented people. It is also about the skill set. So, while we see the huge growth coming across India under this grand vision, what is important is to upscale and rescale. It's a need of scaling and rescaling continuously to our talent and employees, those who are currently engaged in maritime, not only that, but for the future as well. So, moving ahead, a little emphasis on skills. It has been said that if you want to have a prosperity for 1 year, you should invest or you should grow crops. If you want the prosperity of 10 years, you should grow trees. But if you really want to have a prosperity for 100 years, you should grow people. That is the importance of people, that is the importance of talent. And that's the reason it is equally important to talk about people. Yes, so India have lots of talents. Why? Because we at India, as of 2025, we are 1.467 billion population, and it has grown over a year by 13.9 million. Huge population, isn't it? 55.56% male and 48.44% female, with urban population of 37.1. What it says? It says that India has a greatest asset. Ultimately, I call it at people as a dividend for India. So you can see that we have a demographic dividend. And not only that, but we have the largest, youngest population who serves the nation, who is a working age population. Not only that, in the premises, in the workplace, we also have multi-generational population who serves the nation. That is our greatest strength. While we have seen in our previous sessions that perhaps this, I would say this population creates lots of challenges also in our governance and national governance, but at the same time, it is also an asset for us. Not only that, but India has skilled and talented workforce. Millions of graduates are passing out from the universities. And we also are a country which is English speaking. So that is also quite friendly. And again, we see our presence across the globe. We also have the cultural diversity and again, adaptability. We are quite tech-savvy. And we have seen also transformational digital growth across India over decades. So these are our I would say that positive points, or rather our great asset to propel. Now going forward, when you look at the industry scenario, so we are at the stage of industry 4.0 and transforming towards industry 5.0. So you can see the difference over here. Okay, so from industry 4.0 to industry 5.0, so in 4.0, especially for labor, it was either human or machine. But in 5.0, it will be human with machine. Systems, it was more cyber and physical, while in industry 5.0, it will be more cognitive based. Likewise, products and services, it is for targeted group, but the future is more individual and personalized. Now in industry, let's say 5.0, it is going to be different. And then this is the future of the workforce. So what does it say? The future of the workforce says that it is human-centric organization. The future of the workforce is going to be quite human-centric. So human-centric organization means that organization which invests in talent, promotes diversity and empowerment. Also, the future of the workforce says that it will be resilient. That means that we need the future which is more agile and resilient workforce, which is more flexible and adaptable to the technologies. And the third is, of course, the mantra to be on this earth as a human species is, I will say, sustainability. Very, very important. But the future workforce, here are some key words that the new generation is excited, and that is gig workforce, borderless collaboration, AI supplemented workforce, remote workforce, freelancing, entrepreneurship. So now with this, let's see, look at the skills which are required for the workforce. So here is here is a study which India Skill Report says that these are the skills, these are the attributes and the importance of those attributes as on today. So certain skills are extremely important, certain skills are very important, certain skills are important. Ethics, though I say that it is not a skill, it is a value, but you can see it has its utmost importance of 100%. So ethics, core values. I'll say ethics is a core value, and irrespective of the time, it has its own significance. So the other important skill sets are engagement skills, management skills, self-efficiency, and adaptability and problem solving. So why ethics? Ethics is a cornerstone of the organization culture. We say that any organization which is involved into unethical things, but they would certainly want you to be ethical to the employer, isn't it? Choro ke bhi kuch usool hote hai, isn't it? So all organizations everywhere, ethics plays its own important role. The collaboration, it is a highly value-added team success. Why collaboration is needed? Because nowadays, while we see that we have more and more diverse workforce coming in the workplace, so very important that we remain inclusive and we also involve and give a way and participate in more and more teamwork to achieve the results. Adaptability and problem solving, change is the ultimate phenomena in today's workplace. Very, very significant skill set. I will say that you have to have that adaptability and flexibility, and the employer wants you to be more towards problem solving attitude rather than coming and again crying over the problems. Likewise, the engagement skills, self-efficacy is also very, very important. The new generation is, of course, we have seen that they are more bold and courageous. The same way, the organization and employer also wants them to be more confident on themselves and again more independent in their viewpoints. Management skills, even cognitive skills. Why cognitive skills is important? Because nowadays ChatGPT and AI gives you many more solutions, but in certain situations, just think about it where the seafarers, those who are currently got stuck in the sea, in the Middle East, now they cannot get the help just by typing in the Google or typing in the ChatGPT. So your cognitive ability, your analytical ability at that time, understanding the situation and taking the right decision is of utmost importance. And of course, digital literacy and data fluency is also a very, very key phase. Let's have a look at the people strategy for Viksit Bharat 2047. So, one first strategy is, of course, education and skill development. It is to create a highly skilled workforce which is ready for the future endeavor. So while I say highly skilled workforce, so our nation has also rolled out certain policies, and one of the important policies, the National Education Policy 2020. And the nation is also, government is investing in and promoting more and more universities around engineering, technology and science, STEM industry, STEM education, what we say. And then also they are investing more on digital and AI skills. A lot of vocational trainings and apprenticeship is also promoted. And at Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, we have also seen the way the university is associated with different organizations. We also promote a lot of industry academia participation. So which was not, I would say, the buzzword in earlier days, but nowadays, in fact, this is the new mantra. And also strengthening the research and universities. Second is health and well-being. So of course, when we say the population, but if they are not healthy, then how they would be able to serve the nation. So it is very, very important that health and well-being of our population is given utmost importance, and the healthier population can contribute productively to the economy. I would say that by virtue in India, the awareness of health is not so high. However, post-COVID, we have seen the paradigm shift into that. We have also acknowledged the lifestyle diseases, and also we are trying to correct all those aspects as well. Not only that, but in nowadays, if we talk about health and well-being, mental health has surfaced as one of the concern and area, not only in the industry, but across, I will say, the society. You would see that it is also generational, I would say, that perhaps 20, 25 years ago, we never heard a concept called mental health. It was there, but perhaps it was understood or diagnosed with certain taboos, and again, it was for a specific people. But nowadays, in fact, the definition and acceptability has increased. Not only that, but I would say the mental health, the equation of mental health has also kind of, I would say, turmoil. The reason is, in fact, the study says that the mind health quotient score, there is a mind health quotient score of India, which has come to 33, which is the 60th score, 60th number in 84 nations. So you can see that our young population or across the India, the kind of mental situation, mental health status what we have. New generation is more prone to that. So we have to be more cautious towards it. We have to be more mindful, and we have to have those systems in the place which takes care of the mental health of our young people and those who are working along with us. Employment and entrepreneurship, high employability, and again, self-reliance. So as a government, government has also invested a lot in startups and MSME growth. And then also they have done wonders, especially, and invested a lot in terms of the job around AI and also biotech, engineering. And then now we are also seeing a great move in the maritime sector. So in the morning when we heard a lot about, the growth around the maritime sector, in the future also we see huge transformation in job opportunities coming in maritime sector. Gati Shakti Vidyalaya has also now started the course of BTech in marine engineering. That is one of the example. And not only that, other academias have also started investing in the courses related to marine engineering. Women in empowerment. While there are sunrise companies coming in India, India being the manufacturing hub, it is equally important that we should not ignore the 50% of our population, and that is women. Because without their participation, we cannot grow as an economy. So earlier, the education towards women was considered to nurture the child and be educated women, be educated mother, so that the next generation is taken care. But now the concept has changed. Now we wish women to participate and come forward and also work in industries. And likewise, there are other key strategies, which is digital inclusion and technology, social security, and youth engagement and leadership. The entrepreneurship, which is now promoted amongst the youngsters, were never like that before. So now we see also young entrepreneurs coming and participating and again promoting their startups, and we see lots of platforms also where they can also participate and again they can grow. So these are the key people strategies for Viksit Bharat 2047, and again we see that what should be the people strategy around Maritime Amrit Kal Vision 2047, which will be derived from here. Some data I thought you will be interested to know about. So the employability rate, this I have taken from India's skill report. So you can see from 2019 to 2025, the employability rate has increased from 47% to 54.81, which is going to be likely 58% in the year 2026. You can also see the domains where more employment has happened: B.Tech 71%, MBA 78%. The reason of placements for MBA has increased because more and more technical students are now also interested in going for master's degree. So organizations are always welcoming those people, those technocrats, along with management, I would say, expertise and understanding. And then B.Tech and B.Art, Bachelor in Arts, Commerce Science, and then even ITI and B.Pharm. Let's see the employability of men versus women. So you see that it has increased over a period of time, the employability of women. In 2019, when globally the D&I drive started, you could see the increase started in 2018, 29, and then somehow in this year it is decreased, but it is anticipated in 2026, there will be an increase in the employability. And the overview of hiring trends are also here. It's freshers 14%, 1 to 5 years it is 47%, and then likewise, and then these are the sourcing channels. So as of now, the job portals have the more, the CVs are sourced more from the job portals, and then the social media and internal referrals are also given importance. A little bit about maritime. From morning we have been hearing a lot. So I would say India is undergoing maritime renaissance, and it is a strategic transformation aimed at reclaiming its historical status as a global seafaring leader. So we have now the focus on modernizing 7,500 kilometer coastal line, and we have seen the massive infrastructures. Government has invested a lot in massive infrastructures, digital platforms, and sustainability initiatives. So these are certain So these are the certain, I would say, initiatives government has taken for maritime. So it started with the Sagarmala project in 2015, and then we have entered towards Sagarmala 2.0, and then the Maritime India Vision 2030, and Maritime Amrit Kal Vision 2047, and then the Sagarmala Setup Innovation Initiative, which has now started. So I'm sure you must have also seen a couple of months before our Prime Minister has inaugurated at Bhavnagar this Samudra Se Samriddhi. He has addressed the nation and also initiated certain government initiatives in that forum. A little bit about APM Terminals Pipavav, which I represent. So APM Terminal Pipavav, which is situated 140 kilometers away from Bhavnagar, and it is protected by two islands, and Shialbet and Savaibet, and so it's a natural breakwater, it's a natural channel, and which makes the port more safe in all weathers and conditions. A little bit about Pipavav. So Pipavav has 515 hectares of land. 405 hectares are used as of now for port development and sublease to other businesses as well. And then 100 hectares lands are available for the future development. And then 1,500 hectares private land available outside the port boundaries surrounding. That means that port is having ample opportunity for the growth, and we are currently investing in the growth, which I'll talk about it in the later slides. So a little bit about the connectivity to Dholera port. So it is 196 kilometers away, which is the nearest one other than the Kandala, Adani, Mundra port, or let's say Hazira port, and again Dahej port. This is the layout of the port. Here you see, here are the bays, and these are the container areas, and these are the land which are leased to other industries. Milestone of our Pipavav port. So concession was awarded to Gujarat Pipavav port in 1998, and then in 2001 APM Terminals invested, and in 2005 APM Terminals became the lead promoter, and then onwards you could see that we have achieved quite a significant milestones, be it developing the container terminal or liquid cargo operations introducing, or RoRo operations commencing. So you could see the major events happen over a period of time. This is the multi-commodity offering the Pipavav has. So container, which is 1.35 million TEU capacity. We have 2 berths for containers, and then liquid jetty, 2 million metric tons capacity, RoRo, 250,000 cars capacity, and bulk, where 4 million metric ton bulk cargo capacity, and warehouse capacity of 8 warehouse, which is ultimately a huge space available at the premises. With that, let's move ahead to our main topic, and that is the maritime vision. So this is the upscaling growth parameters, which are very, very critical for maritime sector. In the morning, esteemed speakers have already talked about them. So I'll jump to the next one, and that is the people strategy for maritime Amritkal vision. So let's say maritime Amritkal vision derived from our people strategy. What we understand, these are the very, very important key topics. So maritime skill development and upskilling and reskilling. See, traditionally, maritime industry has been an unorganized sector. If you look at the history, 30, 40 years before, it was not an organized sector, but over a period of time, while the first PPP model came into picture 25, 27 years ago, and then later on, the global organizations have also invested into it. And that is the reason there has been an increase in the need of professional, I would say that, professionals to join them. So maritime sector is mainly the labor intensive industry, but now with the digitalization and automation, very, very important that we have to have those employees boarding with us who are more trained in that technology and who can take and navigate this growth further. So that is the reason it is very, very important to have the skill development program, upskilling and reskilling program. So in the existing ports, while there are employees, those who are working with the organizations for longer time, it is equally important to reskill them through various schemes, and again, multi-skilling model. At the same time, ports are generally at a very, very remote place, so it is always difficult to attract, youngsters and students, and also, people, those who are staying in metro cities. So we have seen in the morning the way, the retreat, the VOC port, where my previous speaker, he talked about the facilities and again retreats and those, I would say, the work-life balance, the way we need to create so that we can attract more and more competent resources to work at the ports. I would say people, those who are aspiring to be in port segment, and again, specialized, those who have done the specialization, at least spend 5-7 years at ports so that you will be able to understand the challenges which you are facing at the port. Not only that, but you will get hands-on experience of the port. We also talked in the morning about the standards of life and quality of life. Perhaps at port, you might not have that standards of life, not those, I will say, that very, very jazzy, theaters and again, those shopping malls. But believe me, it is always near to nature and the quality of life is fantastic. So the fresh air and the fresh water, and then the flora and fauna, that is quite beautiful. So you don't feel like being in the remote, it is always like being at the resort over there. And it is equally important for the facilities also to create those structures so that we can focus, we can attract more and more talents to that place. Seafarer development and global employment. So recently, a couple of months before, we have seen the scarcity of pilots, and the way we are growing in this segment, it is equally important that we also have enough seafarer development programs so that we have enough skilled resources available. Maritime education and research, I've already talked about that. Employment in coastal and blue economy, very, very important that whensoever such industries are being settled in remote places, it generates lots of employment in surrounding areas. So, of course, it gives employment to locals through some contract assignments or by getting involved in a lot of support system. So thus industries, when they flourish, they also flourish the surrounding environments. Women in maritime, so of course it has been again, culturally it is all biased that women cannot be on the ship, but the trend has changed. Many organizations, including my organization, we have introduced women as a crane operator, and that too from very, very remote area. Not only that, we have also seen lots of women now joining as a captain, especially on the sea assignments. And very important, why women, ultimately diversity plays always a role. So in crisis situation, whenever we see one gender presence, and again, when we have the diversity, it always makes a difference. Next is also digital and smart port workforce. So as of now, some ports are not automized or not fully automized, but the future is, of course, is going towards very smart ports, and again, automized ports. So very, very important that we also invest in our workforce to be digitally literate, and how we can create those talent across the organizations. Safety and welfare and quality of life, I have already talked about that. Very important, next is the upskilling in maritime sector. I would say that these skills are very much required. This skills are paramount importance if you really want to be successful in the maritime sector. Is decision-making ability, and then team leadership. While you are working in a team, equally important that how you are projecting yourself, and crisis and risk management, because many a times such industries are prone to natural calamities and a lot of catastrophic events. So very important that how you are competent to see and again manage the risk and crisis at the workplace. Strategic planning, and then compliance and regulatory management, knowledge towards that, and adaptability and problem solving. The skills have utmost importance. I would say that very, very important. And then at last, I'll say that what got you here won't get you there. So whatever we have invested so far in the maritime sector, but it needs a real transformation, it needs a reform, it needs to rebuild the entire sector to become at least global leader over a period of time, and to achieve our goal of Amrit Kal Viksit Bharat in 2047. And with this, I rest my presentation, and floor is open for any question and answer. Any question? Yes.
A very good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
I want your opinion on one thing. While we are in a very crucial stage of development as a nation, should work-life balance be a topic for debate in the nation? For the youth specifically.
I don't think it's a topic for debate because certain things are quite evident while we say work-life balance, because you look at your parents and again grandparents where they're working for 12 hours. They were not working for 12 hours. They were working for 6, 7, 8 hours. But what has happened that the competitiveness across the globe has increased, and especially in India, because India, as I talked in the initial phase, that population, while it is a strength, it also creates lots of, I will say, the challenges. I won't say challenges, but in India, we are always at, the edge because you have to prove better than your colleague, your peer. So that's the reason always we as Indians always struggle, and we always Indians across the global. So we have seen that we put in lots of hours, and that culture, it has become now a culture, working for 8, 9, 10 hours, it has become a culture. So that has created lots of imbalances in work life, and people are not able to spend more time for their own self and family. So I don't think that it's a matter of debate. I would say it's a matter of concern, and we should work on those aspects. And as an organization, we should look into those aspects and again create the work-life balance. Sure.
I would like to add one point to support your argument. When we talk about work-life balance and about working hours, if you look at pure manual labor, okay, you can work 10 hours instead of 8 and you maybe have 20% more output. But if we talk about really high-skilled labor, technology intensive, creative thinking, even if I make you work 2 hours more, you will not produce 20% more output. In the long run, you might even produce less output because you're not able to do the kind of work where you need a clear mind and where you need a balanced mind for. So that's why I think it's not up for debate. The more complex the jobs get, you need to have people who are motivated and like what they are doing, and you don't get that by working them to death.
Thank you. Yes. Okay then. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for that incredibly impactful session. Your insights into the necessity of upskilling within the maritime and port sectors have given us a clear roadmap of the skills required to navigate the future of global trade. It is our great honor to welcome Shri P.R.S. Mani, the Executive Director of the Aerospace India Association. Shri Mani is also the Founder Director of Agilian Consultants and has consulted and trained over 30 aerospace companies, including leading Indian organizations and multinational corporations. He has held key leadership roles at UTC Aerospace Systems India as Director of Quality and ACE and Director of Engineering for the Global Engineering Center, contributing to divisions such as interiors, actuation systems, and landing systems. Before this, he spent more than 21 years at Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, where he worked on the Advanced Light Helicopter project in areas such as engine integration, fuel systems, and environmental control systems, covering system design, flight testing, and certification. He also played a key role in successfully completing 2 helicopter re-engineering projects. Shri Mani holds a B.Tech in Aeronautical Engineering from the Madras Institute of Technology, Anna University, and brings with him nearly 40 years of rich experience in the aerospace industry. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Shri P.R.S. Mani.
Yeah. Are you able to hear me? Okay, good afternoon. So I stand here in between all of you and the valedictory, last speaker. But then still, I think I would like to have your attention. I'm going to speak something which is not very technical, maybe one slide where I'll be talking about, aerospace. But my focus is more on how do we prepare the university students to be industry ready. So nowadays, we are complaining about that. But now very deliberately, even though my talk was scheduled today, I chose to come, and be here yesterday to get a feel for the university. And after listening to a lot of students and, after listening to the Hon'ble Vice Chancellor, I feel Gati Shakti is already doing a lot of things to prepare the students for the industry. So it is not like other places. But however, there are certain nuances, there are certain important things which from my experience I would like to share with you. I represent, Aerospace India Association. Couple of slides on that. This is a newly formed association consisting of major aerospace companies to drive sustainable Indian aerospace programs. And that is our vision. So how we would achieve that? By creating a robust ecosystem for aerospace design, manufacturing, including raw materials with a maximum value add in India. So let me just explain that. Today, whatever we produce in India and export, our real value addition is less than 25%. Because the raw material, 95% of the raw material for aerospace is being imported. And where there is a real value addition and labor content is hardly 25 to 30%. So what is our mission is, how do we encourage the companies in India to move from build to print, that kind of a situation today we are in, to a position where we will be able to build to spec. I hope you all understand. Today what we are doing, GE, Honeywell, Boeing, Airbus, they are giving their design. And we are developing some capability in manufacturing. It is good, I am having no doubt about it. But we want to develop India as a country where we will also be able to design. So build to spec is the target towards which we want to create that kind of an ecosystem. But I think I will not talk much about this because I want to focus on my topic. You can just read this slide. There is a lot of opportunities. Today, we are not even leveraging more than 1.5% of the supply chain potential in India. Global supply chain is about $200 billion. In India, what we are doing is less than 2 billion. Right? So we want to take India to 10% of the global supply chain potential. So 10% means $20 billion worth business we want to bring into India. But I think that is not my main focus. But please, have a look at it. We will talk more on that. This is one slide where I will be, asking you a question. So let us see, because the last 2 days, I've been hearing a lot of things about the road, rail and water. Correct? But then aerospace is unique in one respect. I am not in competition. I have learned last 2 days, because earlier I was a little bit arrogant. Because I am one of the guys in this country who studied aeronautical engineering, has worked in aeronautical area last 40 years, and I want to continue to work in aeronautical area in the next 20 years. Because a lot more to do for this country. However, last 2 days, whatever I am learning, I have developed more respect for rail transport and marine transport. So I am not asking this question, in competition with these, two areas. A very quick answer. What is unique about aerospace, which is different from road, rail and marine? I am assuming some aero engineering, aerospace students are here. Yeah? We don't need to create a physical route like for railways we have to create rails. Okay. Okay, he is saying there is no physical route, but that is exactly not true. But let us see. If the train has a problem on the track, you can stop, right? Even the ship you can stop. If there is a problem in air, what will you do? Right? It is the aeroplane which is always sustaining itself against gravity. I'll kind of stop there. That's the key difference. But then there are some technology drivers, safety we talked about, performance, you all can understand. We are always worried about, how much payload it can carry. Let me talk about weight. In no other industry, weight is such a very critical parameter. To give you some idea, to transport one chapati from Ladakh to the Jawans in glacier, Siachen glacier, it would cost more than 300 rupees. Because there is only one helicopter which can go and hover over Siachen glacier, and it can carry only 40 kilogram of payload. How much? Only 40 kilogram. So when as a designer, when I was working in HAL, I was taught about this. When you design, think about every gram, think about every 100 gram. I think that is the kind of pressure you have in aerospace. Environmental, all of us can understand. Cost. Aerospace is the only industry where your ticket cost, the passengers expected to reduce. But your input cost always will keep going up. Boeing will tell the suppliers every year on year you have to give 5% reduction in the price. So is that clear? There is a very big pressure on that. Reliability, we talked about that. In air, you can't fail. Noise and pollution, the technology, I don't know, whether some of these things, you guys are exposed. In Europe, there are certain regulations on the noise. There is an airport, let us say in a place, 5 miles away from the airport, in some houses, a noise sensors would be installed. So if the noise levels are above certain decibel level, then if it is established that it is coming from the airport, that airport will be shut down unless you find out which aircraft and which engine. Hey guys, please, I'm saying something. If you are talking among yourself, how can you understand? So I was saying something. So this particular airport will have to be closed down because the noise is coming from the engine. So in aerospace, so much of research is being done where, how do you reduce the kind of noise? And then certification, we are talking about. What is on the right hand side? In the interest of time, I'm not going to talk about everything. You can, read. But the fourth bullet, you look at it. See, this whole regulatory framework. Every industry has got a regulatory framework. But then you have to understand what is the requirement from FAA, EASA, DGCA and, things like that. And I want to mention about the last one. Safety, related tools. Do you remember one of the recent accidents of aeroplane in India? Where? Ahmedabad. I will tell you, we all designed the aircraft. While designing, we are all excited. When the aircraft is flying, we are all excited. But when it is crashing, what will happen? Two things happen, I will tell you. Because I have seen such maybe very close accidents on the helicopter project I had worked, that is the ALS project. Same thing happens to the Boeing team when this Ahmedabad incident happens. So what happened, or generally what happens whenever there is a crash or there is an accident? First you have to understand why this accident has happened. You have to understand what went wrong, which system failed, why it failed, what was wrong in your design. You have to do all that. Correct? I was trained by a German, engineer who was my design guru when I was in HAL. Whenever there is an issue on the helicopter, it comes and lands or there is a problem, he taught me one thing, which I think I want all of you to listen to this. This is what is critical in aerospace, more than any other industry. He used to ask a question, go and refer our failure mode analysis. So the question he would ask is, why we fail to predict the failure? Can anybody repeat this statement? Why we fail to predict the failure? So the expectation in aerospace is, to the extent possible, you have to do FMEA and you should be able to predict the failure. So is that message very clear? So we train people on, what you call as the root cause analysis, 8D and all. When we do a very poor FMEA, you will have more failure, then you have to do the root cause analysis. This is what, when you come to industry, you will be, doing, many times. And again, in the interest of time, I'm not going to explain everything. Aerospace, people think, it is only wing and it is flying and, there is an engine. I just want to show you, there are some avionics systems. There is a lot of electronics involved, right? In fact, when people call me, I want to study aeronautical engineering, generally I discourage them. I tell them, go on to mechanical engineering or electronics engineering or software engineering, and then go and join Boeing or Airbus or Collins or GE. Because the aeroplane is not just about flying, it is having a lot of systems. The aeroplane, if you think, it is not like a pilot is driving or, flying the aeroplane. Pilot is doing 5% of the job. 95% of the job is done by automatic flight control system. So when you say aerospace, the avionics is really a huge element, and there is a fly-by-wire technology. I have seen the technology development or the technological growth. As a young person like you, when I joined HIL, we were all talking about a mechanical actuation system, hydraulic based actuation system. Then slowly it became electromechanical. Today, most of the actuation system, it is primarily electrical and electronic based. There is a lot of embedded software involved there. There is a lot of VLSI involved there. There is a lot of electronic design involved there. And when I was in Collins as a director of engineering, my own team of 300 people, I had about 30-40 people who are working only on embedded software, 30-40 people who are working on electronic design. So when you say aerospace, I think you need to have that kind of overall understanding. Now, just to give some idea about what is changing, what is new, because when you have to prepare yourself, I think you have to understand these are the changes. So this is how the modern cockpit looks like. The old helicopters, may have about 200 instruments in that place. And then, see some of the bullet points below you need to understand. The modern aircraft, they are all, spending, the focus is to spend less fuel. For you to understand about weight, and we are talking about less fuel, when you go to Ladakh, a place like Ladakh, okay? So I think one of you should answer this, okay? When you go to Ladakh in the summer, that is July, August is the summer, what is summer temperature in Ladakh? Can you guess? Anybody? Temperature in Ladakh during July, August? That is, it will be 25 degree. That is the maximum temperature. But you are already at 10,000 feet altitude. Okay? And when you fly from either Chandigarh to Ladakh or Delhi to Ladakh, you go and book a ticket, they will say it is sold out. But when you go into the aeroplane, it will be 50% empty. So if there are any, hey guys, if anybody is talking, please, you can step out and talk. Because anybody who is interested, you have to answer. If you're doing some other work, please, don't disturb others. Any aerospace students? Because I am like a teacher, right? I am a trainer, I am a teacher. I want, everyone's discipline and attention, right? Yeah, please tell me, why the airline says tickets are sold, but then the aeroplane is 50% empty?
They get their cost from 50% passengers and they reduce the weight of it.
No. See, what happens is the engine produces less power in high altitude and high temperature, and that is the worst possible combination. So, in the same aeroplane, in December, January month, okay, it will carry full passengers. Why I am giving this example is, practically, this example will make you understand what is unique about aerospace. What is so unique? Such a small things, that is important. That is why we are talking about weight. The fourth bullet, you look at it. Again, I want one of you to answer. See, we all talk about something called air sickness, right? You travel to US and you come back after 16, 17 hours of flight you travel, then you say that, I have a jet lag. Correct? We have some kind of a difficulty. Why that difficulty is there only in aeroplane? Because you are flying at a 10 kilometer altitude. What is altitude? 10 kilometer. What is the outside pressure? It will be less than our atmospheric pressure in Vadodara or more than that. So it will be less than 50%. So outside you have such a low pressure, and inside, if you keep that pressure, human beings cannot survive. So that is the bullet it is telling. So general aeroplanes, they are pressurized to a pressure level of 6,000 feet. The 787, they are pressurized at 8,000 feet. So, the other way. The cabin is pressurized to 6,000 feet versus 8,000 feet. So, what is the difference? If the cabin is pressurized to the pressure level of 8,000 feet, compared to that, 6,000 feet pressure will be more comfortable for human beings. Right? There is some level of temperature is maintained. We will be able to breathe better. Is that clear? Is it clear or not clear? So that is the big difference. But to do that, to increase the pressure to the 6,000 feet felt altitude, you have to have very strong structure. We are all engineers. When I explain to this to non-engineers, they will only go by experience. And you are all engineers. You can understand when I increase the pressure, inside, then what kind of systems you have to develop and what kind of, okay, another thing, how is your structure? That is another big difference between aerospace and a ship or a train. Typically, the pressure inside and pressure outside is equal for other platforms. For aerospace, there is a very big difference. You design the structure to withstand that kind of a pressure. I am giving some of these examples only to give you an idea what is so critical about aerospace. I have only 2 more slides, right? You just digest this. See, when in the campus, when you are there, See, the campus is building a foundation in all these areas. So let us look at some of them, because this is the essential part of my talk. Campus definitely builds a very strong theoretical and analytical knowledge. Now, when industry is additionally expecting some multidisciplinary problem solving kind of a setting. Here you individually learn, you individually go and write your exam, you individually score your marks, and you get your offer letter individually. But the moment you come into the industry, you are a part of a team and you are working in a multidisciplinary setting. So I told, like team-based, delivery. So I think both are same. Now here you have to do a lot of trade-off. Safety is important. Because safety is important, I can't build a very strong structure. Then the weight will go up. Then the aeroplane will not even take off. So you have to have a kind of a balance between safety versus weight, versus cost, versus performance, versus timeline. And some projects you are doing, I am seeing, you have a great team. The time I landed in Vadodara airport, what kind of hospitality, what kind of, care, and I have my own shadow man, who never leaves me and, takes care of me. I think this is a training, basically. But when you come to industry, I think you are doing much more than, whatever we are doing in the university. Then, of course, customer, regulatory authority, DER, validate. Yesterday, I was talking to a couple of the students. I can't recall their names. They were asking me a question, how do you define a customer? How do you define a customer? And I can, talk for length, but in the interest of time, let me take a minute to explain that. We explain, and in our training, we tell the customer means you use the vowels, A, E, I, O, U. The customer is the one who accepts your product, who expects your product, right? Who inspects your product and who owns your product and also who uses your product. Which means for an airlines, the passengers are also our customers. We have to think whether, that customer will be happy with whatever you are doing. Okay, but the I have learned an additional explanation. It is not there in the theory book. The customer is the one who sometimes will insult you. The I stands for that. Not sometimes, many times. From HAL, I have this experience. Correct? This is where, from the college, when you go, here I see our Honorable Vice Principal talking to, many students on the way. TK, kaise hai? The way our professors will have a love and affection for you, will care for you. But when you come to the industry, you will face the kind of a real world. I think that is what you need to kind of, understand that. So you will learn it. You will learn how to handle the customer. Then there is something called AS 9100. I am trying to impress, many, colleges where they run the aeronautical engineering program, that the students should be taught about this standard. For me, AS 9100 is like a Bible. So it is for somebody to say, I am a Christian, but I don't read Bible. It is as important as that. I think we will work, whether we can have some kind of an elective subject on that. And then there are some other things, I will skip that, in this. And the tool skills, I will not talk. You make note, okay? Mainly I am skipping in the interest of time, right? Now, let us look at this, professional skills. Communication, very, very important. Communication is very, 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 very important. Can you give a definition for communication? What is communication? Ability to transmit your ideas, right? But the definition for communication, you transmit. But whether the other person has understood, we don't know. So the successfully also is not depending on you. Whether whatever you intended, whether the other person has understood. So the communication is the response you get. Communication is the response you get. If I order 2 dosas, in the hotel, and he brings only 1 dosa, I surmise that I have ordered only 1 dosa. Because that is what he has brought. So if I have to ensure he brings 2 dosas, I have to communicate better. So in the industry, when you go, you have to give a presentation to global teams. I am finding all your students, many of them speak well. But when When some people come from a rural background or from a background where they can't communicate, they struggle, while talking to, foreign customers. Teamwork is very, very important. You definitely have a lot of teamwork in the university, but I think that is something, you need to continue. You have to learn from the seniors and you have to mentor the, juniors. And these are some of the important things, to understand supply chain. Project management. What is project management? We should know what is the scope and the requirement, what is the cost, and what is the schedule. I think the other things we talked about, I don't know whether these are the things we teach here. Project management, some certification, Six Sigma course, lean, and agile. Agile is there in the software industry. Agile is required for those who are studying embedded software. But then some of these concepts like lean and agile, I think it is better we introduce so that we become industry ready. And the left side, there are some tools and some other things. And this is my last slide. See, having said all this, because with a couple of slides, I have given you some idea about, what is critical about aerospace, right? What is really, really critical about aerospace. And I learned helicopter on the helicopter. And you learn aerospace by seeing the failures, correct? Only when something goes wrong, you see the failure. I learned about engine, how it works on the aeroplane. For example, even the engine manufacturers, Safran, Rolls-Royce, GE may not know what is the meaning of engine surge. When we say blade stall, when we say engine surge, it is all theory for them. But I have seen the engine surge. I have heard the engine surge. We have investigated what is, engine surge, correct? So these are some of the things you learn, no problem at all. But then there are certain things which are very important to become a comprehensive engineer. One, I think we learn a lot of things. We learn a lot of theory. We learn a lot of equations. But what I find is that when we interview people into the industry, they may not be so strong in the fundamentals. We will know everything, but then you probe something on Newton's second law, we will not even think about it. What is that? So these basics and fundamentals, if you ask me, I would even recommend you to go back and read your PUC physics. There, for the purpose of marks, you would have read. No problem. But now you can read and understand, and that will help you in enhancing your fundamentals. And the second thing is, I have put to think, very, very deliberately I have put. At the, because we are living in the period of AI. So, a lot of artificial intelligence is there, but then there is less of human intelligence, correct? And that is why I'm saying, everything you have to take a step back thing. Tools may be there, AI will be there, you can refer ChatGPT, you can refer Croc, you can do all that, I'm not against it. But then you think and you interpret every step. That thinking is something which is becoming a shortage today. Common sense. Without any hesitation, I have added the second part. This is the most uncommon thing today, in the industry. There are problems, people will be struggling, but then there may be a very simple solution that may be available. Creativity has to be applied before we think of, investing into computers or whatever it is. The fourth bullet is very important. You tell me many people who are working even in GE or Rolls-Royce, I talk to the engineers, they will be working on a blade, compressor blade or a turbine blade or one particular section. They will not even know how the full engine is working. Are you able to imagine that? So that is why in aerospace, having a big picture is very, very important. And then of course you have to have dreams. I have been talking to a couple of few students in the last 2 days. I think we all have ambitions. We all want to achieve something, but we should have a dream, but it should be a realistic dream. Passion and perseverance. See, nobody will teach passion, correct? Because I have seen a lot of people in the last 40 years. I have seen people who have made a lot of money, who have bought big houses, maybe who would have bought a BMW car. But those who have really achieved something in the industry, those who have achieved something in any field for that matter, that is possible only with the kind of, passion. The last bullet is the behavioral skills and the communication skills are very important. Because you find people, somebody will be there as a manager. And, I have seen the person will be very introverted person. Very, very introverted person. We hired somebody, PhD holder, worked in America, right? And big expert we hired. And within 6 months, I have to send him home. Because he is such an introverted person. If some youngster goes to him and asks a question, he will give an answer only in one line. So you have to be communicating, you have to be fluent, you have to keep your personal attitudes aside, and you have to be helpful, to the broad section of, young people. That is why these behavioral skills, communication skills, they are very, very important. What is one thing we struggle in the corporate world is some kind of a corporate politics sets in, even among the senior people. We say, no, that is very dangerous. If people are not working as one team, if they don't have one thought process, then, such companies, cannot be successful, right? I think with this note, I will, end my presentation, and AIA, we can I think before opening to the questions, AIA, we can, arrange and offer some internships. We can also guide you, what kind of, companies in manufacturing, engineering, in other areas. So I'll be working with, Dr. Omkar to continue this relationship. In whatever way AIA can be supportive of, Gati Shakti, we will be doing that. I will be definitely one of the marketing managers for our Honorable Vice Chancellor to deepen, the relationship with the aerospace industries. Thank you so much. Any questions?
Any questions from the audience?
We don't have a lot of time, but I want to take one or two questions. No question? Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think he has a question. No, don't be happy, there is a question. Can somebody give a mic?
Sir, for aerospace engineering means design purpose and research purpose, which are the places one can opt for in India?
You mean those who want to do
Pursue means research and design?
No, we have, even now, there are DRDO labs, NAL, ISRO, HAL, they are all doing, original design. And even private sector also, there are strong engineering organizations. In the company where I worked, Collins Aerospace, I created a technology team. And today, the number of patents filed from India in US, it has already crossed 400. So it is the original product development. It is not only doing services. So GE is doing, and the Airbus Engineering Center. So if you have an engineering center, if there are 1,000 engineers, at least 200, 300 engineers are nowadays working from India on product development, design and development. So the opportunities have definitely, has increased and expanded. Only we need to have that kind of a mindset.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable insights and experiences with us today. As a small token of our gratitude and appreciation for their valuable presence and insightful contributions, we would now like to present mementos to our distinguished guests. May I now request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Manoj Choudhary, to kindly come forward and grace us with his presence for the presentation of mementos to our esteemed dignitaries. I would now like to respectfully invite Srimati Hil Rajput to kindly come forward and receive the memento. Finally, I would like to invite PRS Money to kindly come forward and accept the memento. We once again express our heartfelt gratitude to all our esteemed guests for honoring us with their presence and sharing their valuable insights. Your guidance and encouragement truly inspire us.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now move forward to one of the most awaited segments of today's program. We will now be starting the prize distribution of events conducted by various clubs under Epitome. Over the past few days, we have seen more than just battles and competition. We have seen the passion-driven future of logistics and technology in motion. To our winners, you didn't just try, you redefined what's possible at GSV. Your great late-night coding, stressing over prototype completions with precision, have indeed brought you to the epitome of success. I would now request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Manoj Choudhary, Srimati Hil Rajput, Shri Andreas and Shri PRS Money to please come forward on dais and present the certificates to the winners. The certificates will only be collected by respective team leaders.
The first event in the prize distribution is CodeStorm, the GSV Epitome Hackathon. And the second runner-up is team led by Chakshu Vashisht. And the runner-up is team led by Naman Jain. And the winner of CodeStorm is team led by Shaurya Jain.
Next up, we have case competition. The third position goes to Himanshu Singh and Shreya Pathak. The second position goes to Pranjal Chaturvedi and Leher Gupta. The winner team of this event, led by Shaurya Tripathi.
The next event is Cipher Saga 3.0, the cryptic hunt event of GSV. The third place goes to the team led by Ayush Vaibhav. The second place goes to the team led by Parth Sidhu. And the first place goes to the team led by Soham Wani.
The next event is Robowars 2.0, where machines clash and innovation takes the arena. Third place goes to Squirtle Squad, an impressive display of skill and resilience led by Shri Tripathi. Now for the second place, Team Eliminator, a formidable performance and worthy runner-ups led by Dhirendra Amrute. And finally, the first place goes to Robo Royals, the champions of the arena, led by Rohit Kumawat. Everyone, we will now move forward to GSV's first conducted Model United Nations, where student delegates debate real-world conflicts and policies while defending their nation's chance with diplomacy and strategy. The High Commendation title, showing a significant contribution to the committee representing the United Kingdom, Amisha Singh. Next up, the outstanding delegate with strong arguments representing Russia, Himanish Bhattacharya. Now to the best delegate, showcasing excellent grasp of knowledge and arguments, representing the United States of America, Om Suman.
The next event we have Wingcraft, Chuck Glider, Dream Sky, Fly High. The third place goes to the team led by Govind Dubey. The second place goes to the team led by Uttam Kumar. And the first place goes to the team led by Abhishek Kumar Arisu. Moving ahead, we have Blitzz, bringing business game to life. The second runner-up is the team led by Pranjal Chaturvedi. The runner-up is the team led by Aryan Thakur. And the winner is the team led by Aditya Acharya.
The next event is Spell Tech, where every letter counts and the best spellers rise to the top. The second runner-ups are Team Wordsworth's Warriors, led by Sushmit Sumanta. The runner-ups are Team Sage, led by Aditya Prabhakaran. And the first place goes to Team Bite, led by Navya.
Ladies and gentlemen, now one of the most anticipated events, the Drone-a-Thon, where teams compete and produce the best of drones. And the second runner-up is the team Panchastra, led by Sagar Malviya. And the first runner-up of Drone-a-Thon is the team Light Fury, led by Pradyuman Pal. And finally the champions, the first place is bagged by the team Charizard, led by Srimukh Tripathi.
Now, for another one of the most anticipated events of the prize distribution, Max Speed Madness. The second runner-ups are Team Tuk Tuk, led by Janvi Shailesh Palikar. The runner-ups of this event is Team Aeronova Falcon, led by Arka Bakshi. And finally, the first place goes to Team Eliminator, led by Dhirendra Amrute.
Now, we move forward to announcing the winners of Nexus, the Ultimate Gaming Showdown. The first game we have in Valorant. The first place goes to Team 6-7, led by Achal. Next, in BGMI, the first place goes to Team 7 Heaven, led by Kabir Kumar. The next we have Free Fire. The first place goes to the team led by A. Lakshmidhar Reddy. In Clash Royals, the first place goes to Mandeep Nehra. In Mini Asia, the first place goes to Prakhar Priyam and Suman Kumar. In Stumble Guys, the first place goes to the team led by Kabir Kumar. In Scribble, the first place goes to Sumit Kumar Sinha and Krish Anand.
Congratulations to all the award recipients. Your dedication and achievements are truly inspiring. Now for special recognitions. Adarsh Raj and Gagan Jain, BTech third year undergraduates of our college, were declared as the winners of a national competition called EV Systems Simulation Challenge, organized by SAE Western Section.
Now, we would like to call S. Pranathi, the coordinator of Agas, the drama club of GSV, to felicitate the entire club for their play on the occasion of Hult Prize.
In the event of Max Speed Madness for high performance powertrain engineering, Team Spark Technosapiens led by Pradhiman Pal. For engineering design innovation, Team Choda Tarzan led by Vagisha Tirtha. For sustainable engineering innovation, Team MEC 24 led by Manish Kumar Baez.
A huge congratulations to all the winners for their incredible performances.
After witnessing the medal distribution from Epitome, or Tech Fest of Innovation and Ideas, let us now shift the spotlight to Ojasya, where competition moves from screens to the fields. A big round of applause for all the participants who gave their best. We begin with badminton. The runner-up title is claimed by Rajdhani Eagles, led by Captain Abhishek Karadia and his team. Let's give a big round of applause. Emerging victorious in this event, the winners are Duranto Bulls under the leadership of Rupesh Kumar and his team. Congratulations to the winners. Next up, we have basketball. Securing the runner-up position, we have Tejas Tigers, led by Kumar Aniket and team.
Taking home the championship title, the winners of basketball are Rajdhani Eagles, captained by V. Chakradhar. Moving on to cricket, finishing as the runner-ups, we have Shatabdi Stallions, captained by Niaz. Displaying outstanding teamwork and determination, the winners of cricket are Rajdhani Eagles, led by Utkarsh Singh. Moving on to table tennis, the runner-up spot goes to Shatabdi Stallions under the captaincy of Aman K.A. Securing the first place, the winners of table tennis are Rajdhani Eagles, led by Abhishek Kumar Jha. Moving on to football, the runner-ups are Tejas Tigers, led by Pranav Choudhary. The first place in football is backed by Shatabdi Stallions, led by Supam Mondal. Moving on to handball, the runner-ups are Tejas Tigers, led by Pratyush Rai. And soaring on to the first place for handball, we have Duronto Bulls led by Krishna Chandra. Moving on to volleyball, the runner-ups are Tejas Tigers led by Karamveer. And soaring into the first place, we have Duronto Bulls led by Aman Sharma. Moving on with throw ball, the runner-ups are Duronto Bulls led by Sneha Gupta. The first place in throw ball is bagged by Tejas Tigers led by MNS Shravanti. Let us give a grand round of applause to all the champions. Now it's time to recognize the outstanding individuals who have demonstrated remarkable talent, skill and perseverance throughout Ojasya. Their hard work and dedication have set them apart, making them the best in their respective sports. Let us give a huge round of applause as we announce the best players of Ojasya. The best badminton player goes to Nandan Soni. The best basketball player is Curry Komal. The best cricket player is Hardik Singh. The best table tennis player is Abhishek Jha. The best football player is Himanshu Yadav. The best handball player is Rohit Gelot. The best volleyball player is Krishna Chandra. And the best throwball player is Suman. A big congratulations to all our best players for the exceptional performances. Let us honor the achievements with a well-deserved round of applause. And now, finally, it's time to announce the overall winner of Ojasya 2026. And it's none other than Duronto Bulls. Led by Aman Sharma, Shri Dikshit, Rupesh Kumar, Suvarn, Sneha Gupta, Alpesh Bharat and Siddhartha. Congratulations to all the winners.
आप सब लोग आप बेंड हो जाओ, इसमें गैप में आओ, सब लोग दिखेंगे। आप बेंड हो जाओ, आप लोग आप बेंड हो जाओ, आगे आगे इधर आगे आ जाओ, आप लोग आगे आ जाओ, आप लोग आगे आ जाओ, सब चीज इधर आ जाओ, आप भी आ जाओ, आप लोग इधर हो जाओ, बैठ जाओ आगे और हो जाएगा। इसको भी उधर ले लो।
And with that, we bring the medal distribution ceremony to a close. Congratulations to all our champions.
Everyone, please be seated. We'll be continuing with further sessions.
As we now approach the concluding moments of our Tech Fest Epitome 2026, a celebration of innovation, knowledge, and collaborative learning, it is time for a valedictory address, a moment to reflect upon the insightful discussions, inspiring ideas, and meaningful interactions that have defined today's events. Before we proceed, I would like to respectfully acknowledge the gracious presence of all distinguished industries whose support and encouragement has greatly enriched the significance of this occasion. The valedictory address will now be delivered by our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Manoj Choudhary, whose visionary leadership and constant encouragement continue to inspire the academic community and motivate young minds to pursue innovation, research, and excellence. May I now request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Manoj Choudhary, to kindly address the gathering and deliver the valedictory address.
Thank you. Firstly, I want to thank the sponsors of the event, Airbus, Concur, Alstom, and RVNL, for enabling us 2 days of stimulating discussions, and also several competitions for our students, which enabled our students to showcase their innovative abilities, the results of which we just show and appreciated all the winners of the Epitome competitions, and also to all the winners of Epitome as well as to Ajasya, that our students participated and demonstrated their youthful energy and their innovation side. In 2 days, we had extremely distinguished speakers, perhaps the best in their respective fields, and we are so grateful to have speakers like Mr. MP Singh, Director RVNL, Mr. Rakesh G from Alstom, Dr. Abhay, the Director of National Aerospace Laboratory, Mr. Saurabh Verma, CPM of National High Speed Rail Corporation, Professor Arnab Mathi from IIT Bombay, Mr. Dimitri from Chief Operating Officer from Kinet, Mr. Shekhar Mehta, Technical Director from AECOM, that was yesterday. Today morning, we were indeed privileged to have top-class speakers, Mr. Vijay Kumar Singh, Director International Marketing from Concur, Dr. Sanjiv Ranjan, former IAS officer and former Secretary, Ministry of Ports, Shipping, Waterways, and Ministry of Road Transport, Highways. And as we highlighted, Dr. Sanjiv Ranjan is now a distinguished visiting professor at Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya. Mr. Narasimha Komar, the Commissioner of Police, Vadodara City. Mr. Susanta Kumar Purohit, the Chairperson of VOC Port Authority, Tuticorin. Ms. Hil Rajput, Head of People Function from APM Terminal. Professor Ashish Verma from ISC Bangalore. Mr. Andreas from CEO of D Space India. Mr. PRS Mani, Executive Director, Aerospace India Association. If you look into the profile, and not only the profile, what they delivered over the last 2 days, it was so enriching. It was extremely grateful GSV is indeed grateful that despite being a weekend, all these distinguished speakers traveled from far away to be here with us for Vadodara, at Vadodara. Not merely to tell what they know, but for us to benefit from their experience and also offer a platform for collaboration with Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya. Our student community reciprocated by being proactive, by being present in large numbers, because when we were a student, maybe 40 years back, we were not so privileged to have an opportunity to listen to such distinguished leaders at one place. Here, you have chairmen of the port, you have secretaries who have been heading the ministries for port shipping, you have the directors of National Aerospace Laboratories, and everyone who has come here. Actually, it is a great opportunity. Epitome is not a function of the university alone or faculty alone. It is a function of the students, because there are several competitions for the students. It is the students which participates in the maximum number, and the learnings from Epitome, what they learned, what they interacted, what they saw. More importantly, through the competitive spirit, in many of the competitive events, they built partnerships, they built friendships, even amongst their own classmates. I think these are some things that are going to remain. An event of this size is made possible only when you have top class people, top faculty, Professor Edwin, Dr. Ram, Captain Ravi Saini, the entire team, all faculty members, strongly working together with the student members. Each of the student members, so many volunteers are involved with so many clubs. It is possible only when we all work together and do that. And it is not a one-day event. Epitome is not just an event for tick boxing. Epitome is an event which will grow bigger with every year. Maybe in few years, many ideas from Epitome, the students who display their products, the students who display their small prototypes, who knows? They can become foundations of some big companies later on. So it is the innovative spirit of Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya which is at display. When the sponsors come forward, the Airbus, the Concur, RVNL, Alstom, they are not coming forward just to give some money because they have some money to give. They really want to believe that Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya is the place where innovation can thrive. They believe that this is the place where future innovations of transport and logistics sector is coming. We are not going out and seeking sponsorship from any person who is unrelated to our domain. We are also very clear in our mission. We are only working in our sector to be the best. The people who are working with us as a stakeholder are only invited to be our sponsor, because we are not asking for money from them. We are asking for long-term commitment and partnership with them. So Airbus, as I mentioned, highlighted, partner for 4 years. Concur, partner. Alstom, partner. Right? We have a partnership. RVNL, our partner, building our campus. When we think about that, then these partnerships are with us. When we work alone, we have our own belief. When we work in partnership, then we have support and encouragement, and we know our confidence comes because we know we have big partnerships who will ensure that we are always successful, who will never let us fail. Because they all are waiting for Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya to be successful. They are invested into Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya. They know that tomorrow all their senior positions in future will be filled by alumni of Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya. Every person who goes from here and who visits here is touched by our hospitality. It's touched by how we interact with them. the experience that they feel, the energy that they feel, the passion that they feel. Institutions are not building, that you have some nice buildings. Institutions are culture. Culture on how we interact with each other. Culture in how we go to class, how we dress up, how we talk to others, how we respect others, how we value others. More importantly, how we value ourselves. If in our mind, Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya and all members believe that we shall be a great university, then no other person can stop. It is only our belief. If we believe we can have a great epitome, it is our belief. Everybody will come to support us because they can see that our belief is not merely a wish list. It is not merely an isolated dream. They see that in every action of Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, we are indeed aspiring to be the best. Every epitome that we have 4 now, any person who attended previous epitome can safely and easily say that this epitome was better than previous one. The previous one was better than the previous one, and so on. So every time we are raising and creating our own bar. This constant journey that, and nobody is telling us, nobody told us that do epitome. We decided to do. That as a top university, we must invest and focus on sports. So we have annual sports event. We should focus on cultural event to focus on extracurricular. So we have Agni. We focus on showing our innovation side. So we focus on and have epitome. It is our idea. It is our students' idea. Point again, I am trying to say that if we decide we can do, then definitely we will do. So Epitome 2026 may be ending today, but what we learned today, not only technology, but this aspect, that when the best people come here, they come here why? As I told you, they don't come here because they have a weekend to spend. No. They come here to make sure, to tell us that number one, we are on the right path. Number two, they come here to tell us that if we are on the right path, they are here with us to support us. And then we have to believe. I think somebody was mentioning about passion and dreams. Passion to kaun kisko sikhayega? No person will set any goal for us. There are 7.4 billion people on planet Earth. We decide where we want to go. Individuals, we decide. We all have 24 hours. We all have our priorities. We all need to sleep for 8-9 hours. We all need to be with family. We all need to do whatever we are doing. And then there is passion. And then there is priority for that passion. If all faculty members were sitting here, including me for last 2 days listening, not only that we wanted to listen, but we believe in GSV, we believe that हमको तो कोई एग्जाम नहीं लिखना है ना अभी लाइफ में, हमारा कैरियर तो खत्म होने को है, but we are all trying to learn so that we can contribute more in whatever manner we can. All people, all students should also think whatever dream they have, that can only be achieved provided every day you work for that dream. भले 2 घंटा करो, 4 घंटा करो, 6 घंटा करो. But if you have no dream, if you have no aspiration, if you do not know what you want to achieve, then you also will never know the way where to go. Because कुछ तो होना चाहिए. सब चेंज होता रहता है. इतना ही ड्रीम हो चलो बाद में हम बदल लेंगे, 2 साल बाद में हमको क्या करना है हमें नहीं पता, बदल जाएगा. जब 10वीं 12वीं कर रहे थे एक ही गोल था, जेईई लिखेंगे, अच्छे कॉलेज में जाएंगे. कोई बात नहीं, आगे चल के कोई और गोल होगा. बट जो कुछ भी कर रहे हैं दिन में 2-4 घंटे थोड़ा सोचना तो 10 मिनट ही सोचो कि आज मैंने ऐसा क्या किया जो मेरे फ्यूचर के लिए फायदेमंद है. मैन रीच्ड ऑन मून बिकॉज ऐसा नहीं दूर से देख के खुश हुआ रोज रात को चमक रहा है चलो अच्छा है.
सोचा ना कि हमें जाना है, वहां पहुंचना है, क्या फायदा होगा नुकसान होगा वो बात की बात। If you have a dream, you can be successful. Valedictory function is not for me to give speech. I am trying to say that हम लोगों ने collectively जो काम किया, the result is for everyone to see. सारे स्टूडेंट्स ने वॉलंटियर बन के, everyone who came to GSV, हर कोई ये बोल के गया मुझे कि हमारा बहुत अच्छा ध्यान रखा। We felt nice here. We felt homely here. We felt good here. The campus has positive vibes. The campus has great energy. इसमें कुछ खर्चा तो नहीं होता है ना? There is nothing that we need to spend. It is just attitude. कि हमसे जो भी बात करेगा हमेशा हम उससे अच्छी तरह ही बात करेंगे, हम हमेशा हर किसी को अच्छी तरह ही रखेंगे। ये तो बेसिक ह्यूमन बीइंग नेचर है। In summary, I want to tell that if we decide we can be the best, we will definitely be the best. Nobody can stop us. हमारी सारी बाधाएं जो है हमारे मन की बाधा है। अभी साल में तो अभी तो कैंपस में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर भी बन रहा है, कैंपस में क्लासरूम्स कम थे, इसके बावजूद जो कल मैंने प्रेजेंट किया आपने कुछ सुना भी होगा, हमारे क्लासरूम्स का प्रॉब्लम है, कम है, हम सब प्रॉब्लम मानते हैं, पर यहाँ रेलवे के कोर्स चल रहे हैं, पर यहाँ डिफेंस के कोर्स चल रहे हैं, पर यहाँ एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स मिनिस्ट्री के थ्रू 45 देशों के लोग आए, पर यहाँ कंटिन्यूसली रेगुलर क्लासेस भी चल रही है, हमारा बीटेक भी हो रहा है, एमबीए भी हो रहा है, एमटेक भी हो रहा है, पीएचडी भी हो रहा है। क्यों? क्या हम वेट करते हैं कि जब कैंपस बन जाएगा, जब सब होगा तब हम काम शुरू करेंगे, सब कुछ अच्छा हो जाएगा? नहीं। अभी स्पोर्ट्स फैसिलिटी, स्पोर्ट्स कॉम्प्लेक्स को रिनोवेट करने का काम, जो जो हमारे सामने काम है हमको सब करना है, कोई और हमको करके नहीं देगा। इफ एनीबडी इज थिंकिंग कि हम बैठे हुए बाकी लोग कर रहे, बाकी नहीं करेंगे, काम हमें ही करना है। हमें तय करना है कि हमें कैसी जिंदगी बनानी है। अगर हमें कैंपस को बहुत अच्छा बनाना है तो हमें मिलकर बनाना। कैंपस में लाइटिंग का इंप्रूवमेंट हुआ, कैंपस में चारों तरफ देखे थोड़ा पॉजिटिव एनर्जी, सब चीज हो रहा है, सारे लोग मिलके कर रहे हैं, एंड वी कैन डू मच मोर। अभी जो एनर्जी हमने देखी स्पोर्ट्स में या एपिटोम में बच्चों को जो विनर्स हैं, इट इज नॉट ओनली अबाउट गेटिंग मेडल और सर्टिफिकेट, इट इज कि हाँ हमने किसी में पार्टिसिपेट किया और देखो हमने कॉम्पिटिटिवली किया और हमने अच्छा किया। जिन्होंने पार्टिसिपेट किया उन्होंने भी बहुत अच्छा किया। इट इज नॉट अबाउट आज फर्स्ट आ गए तो बहुत कुछ हो गया, बट आई रियली फील, आई एम वेरी वेरी हैप्पी कि ये देख के कि कितना जोश है। And with this only we can move forward. If all of us do not work collectively, there is nothing that we can do. It is all people. आपको पता भी नहीं, when I was sitting, I am telling you, at least 10 alumni of GSV जो यहां से पास आउट होके 1-2 साल पहले जा चुके, वो YouTube स्ट्रीमिंग देख के मुझे मैसेज भेजे कि सर बहुत ही अच्छा हो रहा, हमने ऑनलाइन देखा और हमको बहुत अच्छा लगा, वी आर मिसिंग द कैंपस। सो पीपल बिलोंग, एक बार होता है ना कि हम बिलोंग करते हैं, यहां से निकले पर हमें अच्छा लग रहा है कि इतना अच्छा हो रहा है। कल शाम को जो आधा घंटे का ही हुआ कल्चरल परफॉर्मेंस, मतलब बिल्कुल एनर्जी वाला, वेरी गुड, दैट शोज जीएसवीज एनर्जी। यही करना है और ऐसे ही करना है और बढ़िया करना है, अगले साल और अच्छा करना है। जैसा मैंने बताया इस ऑडिटोरियम में लास्ट एपिटोम हो गया, नेक्स्ट ईयर हमारा 524 सीटर टॉप क्लास ऑडिटोरियम बन रहा है, टॉप क्लास। अभी थोड़े दिन पहले मुझे मौका मिला, हम लोग अंदर जाके देख के आए उस बिल्डिंग के अंदर कि अभी क्या हालत है, एंड आई वॉज एक्सट्रीमली हैप्पी अंदर जिस तरह की फिनिशिंग और जो चीज चल रही है, इट विल बी रेडी मे बी बाई सितंबर वी विल हैव एवरीथिंग विद अस, बट जिस तरह का है, it looked like once it is ready and once you go inside, we all, not you, we all will feel that it is just like top Wharton school or IIM Ahmedabad, us level ka. That means we are not cutting corners ke kuch banana bana ke rakh do, kuch classroom banana aisi bana ke chhod do. No, once you go and see, only the best. हॉस्टल जो बन रहे हैं 1258 बच्चों के लिए जो इस साल रेडी हो जाएंगे, 629 रूम्स, ईच डबल सीटर, कंप्लीटली एयर कंडीशन, जैसे कि यहां पे पूरे कैंपस में बाकी भी है, टॉप क्लास, हर चीज बेस्ट, एक एक करके हम हर चीज को बनाएंगे। लैब ब्लॉक जो बन रहा है वो, वी ऑलरेडी गॉट 90 एकड़ लैंड, जिसपे हमारा अब हम कह सकते हैं कि हमने पैसा देके उसको अपने ले लिया। वी कैन क्रिएट मास्टर प्लान, वी कैन क्रिएट ए बिग एडिशनल कैंपस देयर। दैट मीन्स हमारा एम्बिशंस को सपोर्ट करने के लिए गवर्नमेंट का सारा मिनिस्ट्रीज आ रहा है। आपने जब तक सुना होगा प्रधानमंत्री जी कई बार गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय का जिक्र करते हैं अपने स्पीच में, बाकी किस यूनिवर्सिटी का करते हैं, रेल मंत्री जी करते हैं, पार्लियामेंट में करते हैं, क्यों? बाकी मंत्री भी करते हैं, क्यों? इसलिए क्योंकि उनको उम्मीद है गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय से, इसलिए नहीं कि एक कोई इंस्टीट्यूट सेटअप हो गया। वो उम्मीद हमको पूरी करनी, सबको पूरी करनी, हमारे बच्चों को पूरी करनी है। आज बीओसी चेयरमैन आए पोर्ट के, वो भी ये बोल के गए कि हमारे बच्चे वहां जाके इंटर्नशिप कर सकते हैं। कल एनएल के डायरेक्टर आए, वो बोल के गए हमारे बच्चे वहां जाके इंटर्नशिप के लिए मोस्ट वेलकम। हर कोई कह रहा है अवर स्टूडेंट्स आर मोस्ट वेलकम एट देयर प्लेस। So in summary, we had great discussions over last 2 days. So many positive points, so many things to follow up. And we can do lot more. Aviation में अगर देखो तो हमने तो अभी शुरू किया है, कुछ है ही क्या हमारे पास. But every player is coming with us because they see future here. कह सकते हैं ना 2 ही साल हुआ एविएशन में, चलो बताओ कहाँ लैब है, क्या है. We can all say we are new, we are still. बट क्यों एयरबस हमारे साथ में, क्यों साफरान हमारे साथ है, क्यों जीएमआर हमारे साथ है, क्यों अभी एचएल हमारे साथ जुड़ने वाला है. और आई कैन नॉट टेल सो मेनी नेम्स विच आर कमिंग टू बी अनाउंस्ड. एवरीबडी कमिंग विथ अस. रेलवे के अंदर में सब लोग हमारे साथ हैं. मैरीटाइम में आज आपने सुबह देखा कि ऑलरेडी रोड मैप इज देयर. सो वी कैन डू इट एंड वी विल डू इट. थैंक यू.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring words. We are very grateful for your time and for sharing your thoughts with us today. Epitome 26 has been all about thinking big and pushing boundaries. Over the past few days, we have seen some really great ideas and outstanding talent from all the students. Now, to officially extend our gratitude and appreciation, I would like to invite the Student Cell President, Mr. Himanshu Yadav, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you so much, VC sir, for those kind and inspiring words. Greetings on behalf of Student Cell to our Hon'ble Vice Chancellor, sir, distinguished speakers, faculty members, organizers, sponsors, and my fellow students. Good evening to all of you. It is truly an honor to stand before you today as we come to the conclusion of our annual Tech Fest Epitome 2026. During this fest, we witnessed a wide range of activities from hackathons and robotics competitions, coding challenges, design competitions, and project exhibition. Each event showcased not only technical skills, but also creativity, teamwork, and problem-solving abilities. This year's themes, transportation and logistics for Viksit Bharat 2047, hold special significance for all of us at Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya as a student of an institution dedicated to transportation and logistics, we have a unique opportunity and responsibility to contribute to the development of efficient infrastructure, smarter mobility systems, and sustainable logistics solutions for our nation. Another highlights of this fest, which have insightful session delivered by our distinguished speakers from various industries. Their experiences reminded us that innovation does not exist only in laboratories or classrooms. It is shaped by real-world problems and determination to solve them. Thank you very much for your time and priceless knowledge. At this moment, I would like to take the opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to the people whose guidance and support made this fest possible. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to our Hon'ble Vice Chancellor, Sir, Professor Dr. Manoj Choudhary, Sir, whose vision and encouragement continuously inspire students to pursue innovation and excellence. I would also like to sincerely acknowledge our Dean Academics, Professor Dr. Jitesh Thakkar, Sir, Dean Student Welfare, Professor Dr. Edwin, Sir, Dr. Ramkrishna, Sir, for their constant encouragement and support to the student community in organizing all these events like this. I would also like to express special thanks to the administration, faculties, technical staff, and organizing committee whose guidance, support, and hard work ensured the smooth execution of every event in this fest. Before I conclude, I also like to acknowledge the support of my student council team for cooperation and dedication have been for their cooperation and dedication which have been instrumental in organizing this fest. And I congratulate to all the winners and participants of the technical and sports events. And I am confident that the ideas we have witnessed during Epitome 2026 will inspire many more innovations in the years to come. Once again, thank you to everyone who contributed to the making this event such a meaningful and successful experience. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for those warm and sincere words of gratitude. And with that, we bring the curtains down on this magnificent journey called Epitome 2026. A huge thank you to all the participants, mentors, volunteers, and sponsors for making this fest a grand success. Your hard work, late nights, and boundless enthusiasm have been the true driving force behind Epitome. Now, we invite all of you to join us for high tea. Let's use this time to celebrate today's success, share our experiences, and forge new connections for tomorrow's innovations. Thank you. Dinner will be served from 6:30 p.m. onwards, followed by DJ in front of Prastuti from 7:30. Thank you.